which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gaputan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Hi and good afternoon, grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26 Facebook Live, and Converge Cable TV Channel 100. I am Teacher Sheena Marie I. Ordonio, your teacher broadcaster for English 8, broadcasting live here at Balawang National High School, Paniki West District, Tarlac. I am extremely happy to be your guide in today's learning session. Join me for a fun and interesting lesson in English 8. As we begin our lesson, please make sure you are seated in a comfortable position, away from noise and distraction, so that you can listen and watch clearly. Take your learning activity sheet, pen, and paper with you. You may take and record important notes and ideas as we go through our lesson. If you have any questions or need clarification on our lesson, please leave a comment below for Facebook Live viewers. However, if you are listening to the radio or watching television, you may send your questions to your teacher via text message or Facebook Messenger. Our lesson for today is about expanding the content of an outline using notes from primary and secondary sources to writing. At the end of this 25-minute learning process, you are expected to organize ideas in an outline, expand an outline into paragraph using notes from secondary and primary sources. I know that you are excited to learn about the topic, but before we move further, check your knowledge on the topic you're about to learn. Let us recall. Write P if the material is an example of primary source and S if it is a secondary source. Write your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Let's start. Number 1. A transcript of the interview of Secretary Briones regarding the implementation of the limited face-to-face classes. Is it a primary source or secondary source? That is correct. It is primary source. The answer is P. Number 2. The Diary of Dr. Jose P. Rizal. The Diary of Dr. Jose P. Rizal. What kind of source is it? If your answer is primary source, good job! That is correct. It is P. Let us move on to number 3. English for 21st Century Learning or Afro-Asian Textbook. What is your answer, learners? Is it secondary source? That is correct. The answer is S. Number 4. A video recording of the DENR's campaign against illegal mining. A video recording of the DENR's campaign against illegal mining. The answer is B, primary source. Let us move on to the last item. Number 5. A copy of Merriam-Webster Dictionary. A copy of Merriam-Webster Dictionary. You got it! It is S, secondary source. How many correct answers did you get? Did you get a perfect score? Wow! That is amazing, learners. If you did not, good try. I think you are now ready to jump to our new lesson. Now let us learn about expanding the content of an outline using notes from primary and secondary sources to writing. How to write an essay or paragraph easily. In the writing process, one helpful step that comes before drafting is outlining. Having a plan for the central idea and its main supports, as well as how they will flow together, is perhaps the best way to avoid the intimidating tyranny of the blank page that a writer often encounters. Simply having a framework for the flow of the discussion goes a long way toward completing the initial draft. Outlining shows how ideas in a written text are organized and related. An outline is a map of your essay. Here is what an outline may look like. The indentation helps clarify how the ideas are related. This is an example of a common outline. An outline has 3 main parts. The introduction as your main point 1, the body as the main point 2, and conclusion as the third main point. Under each main point, we have minor points to support the main point or idea. There are 3 kinds of outline. A word outline organizes the ideas using single words on each level of the outline. A phrase outline uses phrases, and a sentence outline uses sentences. In expanding an outline, add information that support and strengthen your main topic. You can cite specific examples in this part of your paragraph. You can use primary and secondary sources to support your main points. Primary source is a record made by people who saw or took part in an event. It provides first-hand experiences. Examples: autobiography, letters, diaries, speeches, photographs, and interview. Secondary source is a record of an event by someone who did not take part in the event. It is often based on primary sources. Examples: reviews, research papers, journals or journal articles, summaries, encyclopedia, dictionaries, biographies, and textbooks. Let us try to expand this word and phrase outline. Notice that it is written in a list of words and phrases. The topic sentence is birds as insect controllers. Main point 1, how birds help. Minor point A, have a high metabolism rate. Minor point B, eat nearly twice weight. Main point 2, how environment helps. Minor point A, vegetation. Minor point B, water. Main point 3 or conclusion. Birds are essential part in the biodiversity. Now let us expand the outline that we read. Birds as insect controllers. Main point 1, birds eat insects. Minor point A, the birds have high metabolism rate. Minor point B, the birds eat almost twice their own weight. Main point 2, the environment attracts birds. Minor point A. Minor point B, developing water sources attracts birds. Main point 3 or conclusion. Birds are essential part in maintaining balance in the biodiversity. This is now a sentence outline looks like. From a simple word and phrase outline, we have expanded it into a sentence outline by providing additional information that we got from primary or secondary sources. Did you understand our lesson? I guess you did. Now that you know what is an outline and how to expand it, let us apply what you have learned. Get ready with your pen and paper. You may also comment down your answer. Let us begin. For Activity 1, support it. Choose the appropriate supporting detail for the given main point. There can be 2 or more supporting details for each main point. Write the letter of your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Choose the appropriate supporting detail for the given main point. There can be 2 or more supporting details for each main point. Write the letter of your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Are you ready? Then let us start. Since COVID-19 outbreak, education has been hit hard. Since COVID-19 outbreak, education has been hit hard. What is the appropriate supporting detail or minor point for this main point? A. Schools have been deeply impacted. B. Children suffer from hunger. C. Many families were affected. The appropriate supporting detail or minor point for this main point is letter A. Schools have been deeply impacted. It is not letter B nor letter C because they are not connected to the main point. Did you get it right? Let us move forward with the main point 2. Over 800 million learners around the world have been affected. Over 800 million learners around the world have been affected. What should be the minor point of this main point? Is it A, to minimize the pressure on teachers, schools and school systems remain open? B, over 102 countries have ordered nationwide school closures, while 11 have implemented localized school closure. C, 1 in 5 learners cannot attend school. The correct minor points are B, over 102 countries have ordered nationwide school closures, while 11 have implemented localized school closure. And C, 1 in 5 learners cannot attend school. That is correct. There are 2 minor points for this main point. Now let us conclude. Choose the proper conclusion for your outline. A. Global Campaign for Education is convinced that all learners, no matter where they live and circumstances, have a right to education. B. Governments and civil society concerted efforts that mobilize resources and expertise to address the impact of COVID-19 on education. What is your answer, learners? You may comment down below your answer or write on your paper. What letter is it? Very good! The proper conclusion for the outline is letter B. Governments and civil society concerted efforts that mobilize resources and expertise to address the impact of COVID-19 on education. I hope you got everything correct, learners. Now let us move on to our next activity. Tell whether each detail is expanded or not. Put check if the detail is expanded and the answer is X. This is not expanded. The idea is not complete. Let us move forward to letter C. During his presidency, Mandela also worked to protect South Africa's economy from collapse. During his presidency, Mandela also worked to protect South Africa's economy from collapse. Is this expanded or not? You got it right. This is expanded. It is a complete sentence. Letter D. He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize together with President F.W. de Klerk for their efforts to dismantle the apartheid system. Letter D. He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize together with President F.W. de Klerk for their efforts to dismantle the apartheid system. expanded or not? Correct. It is expanded. There are additional information added to it. Let us proceed to letter E. He directed a campaign of peaceful, non-violent defiance against the South African government and its racist policies. That is right. This is expanded. It is a complete sentence and there are additional information added to it. I hope you are able to identify which is expanded and not. Before we proceed to our post-listening activity, let us wrap up what we have learned today. Always remember, writing an outline helps you create a paragraph or essay easily. The three kinds of outline are word outline, phrase outline, and sentence outline. To expand outlines, we can get help from primary or secondary sources. Now I think you are ready for our post-listening activity. This activity after listening or viewing this lesson. Expand the outline below using either primary or secondary sources. Then write a paragraph based from your expanded outline. Write your answers on your answer sheet. Your topic sentence is Mental Health Awareness Among Teenagers. Main point 1, Factors Affecting Teenagers' Mental Health. Write 3 supporting details or 3 minor points for this main point. Factor 1, Factor 2, and Factor 3. Main point 2, Effects of these factors to teenagers' mental health. Write 3 minor points. Effect 1, Effect 2, and Effect 3. For your conclusion, interventions and solutions addressing teenagers' mental health problems. You will be graded by the following criteria. For content, 4 points. Organization, 3 points. Mechanics and grammar, 3 points. A total of 10 points. You may submit your answer sheet to your teacher. Before we end, I'd like to remind you of a quote by Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. Again, this is your teacher broadcaster, Teacher Sheena Marie I. Ordonio. Thank you for being with me today. It was fun being with you, dear grade 8 learners. Until next time, learners, see you again.
Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad. Serbisyong may halaga. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama. Katuwang. Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam nyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing, we are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud, I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine, consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZDZ 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Welcome sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26, Converge Cable TV Channel 100 at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTZ 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw po! Naririto na naman tayo, patuloy na nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi para maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi at patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong magiging teacher broadcaster sa oras na ito. Sige ng Jennifer Ocoma Hanoya mula sa Tarlac City. At sa pamamagitan ng remote live broadcast ay sasamahan ko kayo, gagabayan ko kayo upang maunawaan ang ating aralin. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, bago natin simulan ang ating talakayan ay may mga paalaala muna ako. Una, siguraduhin kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Ikalawa, ihanda ang inyong learner's material, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa pag-aaral at panghuli. Siyempre, iwasan muna ang paggawa ng ibang gawain at ituon ang sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. Alam kong kayang-kaya nyo yang gawin. Sa puntong ito, balikan muna natin ang nakaraang paksa. Grade 8 learners, naaalala nyo ba ang tungkol sa ating huling episode? Ito ay tungkol sa pagwawakas ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig at ang mga pagbabagong dulot nito. Paano nga ba nagwakas ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig? Mahusay, sa paksang ito, natuklasan mo kung paano napasuko ng Allied Powers ang Axis Powers. Naunang sumuko sa digmaan ang Italia na sinundan ng Germany. At sa patuloy na pananakop at pamiminsala ng Japan, nagdesisyon ang Amerika na gumamit ng mapaminsalang bomba atomika. At ito nga ang nagbigay daan sa pagsuko ng Japan at pagwawakas ng digmaan. Nalaman din ninyo na ang malagim na pagtatapos ng digmaan ay nagdulot ng matinding pinsala sa sangkatauhan. Upang mas lalo ninyong maunawaan ang ating paksa tungkol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, alalahanin natin ang huling bahagi dito sa huling bahagi ng ating talakayan kung paano ito nagsimula, nagwakas, at kung ano ang mga naging bunga nito. Kaya halina't mag-aral at matuto dito lang sa Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang ating paksa ay nakabatay sa Most Essential Learning Competency na nasusuri ang mga dahilan, mahahalagang pangyayaring naganap at bunga ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Dahil sa pinsalang dulot ng unang digmaang pandaigdig, maraming tao ang nagsimulang itakwil ang digmaan. Itinuring ng Europa noon ang World War I bilang digmaan na nagwakas sa lahat ng digmaan. Ngunit, makalipas lamang ang ilang taon, isang mas malawak at mas madugong digmaan ang naganap. Ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pagkatapos ng unang digmaang pandaigdig, ang mga bansang sangkot ay pumirma sa Treaty of Versailles. Ang kasunduang ito ay naglalayong parusahan at pahinain ang Germany upang maiwasan ang muling pananakop nito. Ang kasunduan sa Versailles ay nagdulot ng maraming sanctions sa Germany na nag-iwan ng malaking hinanakit dito. Sa Sa unang bahagi ng ating aralin ay tinalakay natin ang mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Hali kayo, makinig kayo mabuti at isa-isahin natin muli ang mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Una, pag-aagaw ng Japan sa Manchuria. Pangalawa, pag-alis ng Germany sa Liga ng mga Bansa. Pangatlo, pagsakop ng Italia sa Ethiopia. Pang-apat, ang digmaang sibil sa Spain. Panlima, pagsusanib ng Austria at Germany. Pang-anim, paglusob ng Alemanya sa Czechoslovakia. At ang pangpito, paglusob ng Germany sa Poland. Marami sa mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ay nagpakita ng muling pagbangon ng Germany mula sa kahiya-hiyang sinapit nito noong unang digmaang pandaigdig. Matapos masakop ni Hitler ang Poland, ipinahayag niya na hindi siya hihingi ng pabor sa ibang mga bansa, ngunit dahil sa ilang ulit na siyang hindi tumupad sa mga pangako, lalong naghanda ang mga allies o ang allied powers para sa anumang mangyayari. Ang mga Pranses ay nagtatag ng isang depensa sa pamamagitan ng pader na konkreto na tinatawag na Maginot Line. Nagtatag din ng mga depensa ang mga bansa at nagpalakas ng kanilang hukbo. Ngunit mga gili kong mag-aaral, sa pagsiklab ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, nangilabot ang mundo sa karahasan ni Hitler at ng puwersang Aleman. Sinimulan ni Hitler ang kanyang malakidlat na paglusob o Blitzkrieg. Biglaan ang pagsalakay ng mga Nazi sa mga neutral na bansang Belgica, Holland at Luxembourg. Napabagsak din ng hukbong Aleman ang Pransya at nilusob ang Great Britain. Noong Setyembre 27, 1940, formal na nilagdaan ang kasunduang alyansang militar ng Germany, Italy at Japan. Ang mga hukbong Aleman ni Hitler at ang hukbong Italyano ni Mussolini ang nanguna sa digmaan sa Europa, samantalang ang mga Hapones ay nanalanta sa Pasipiko. Ang Japanese Empire ay nagplanong sakupin ang mga bansa sa Timog Silangang Asya na kontrolado naman ng Amerika at Britanya. Napapalibutan ng mga karagatan ang mga lupaing ito at nangangahulugan ng maraming labanan sa karagatan. Walang laban ang Japan sa Amerika at Britanya pagdating sa puwersa sa karagatan. Kaya, plinano nitong atakihin ang naval base ng Amerika. Noong ikapito ng Disyembre 1941, biglang sinalakay ng mga Hapones ang Pearl Harbor, isa sa mga himpilan ng hukbong pandagat ng Estados Unidos sa Hawaii. Ang pataksil na pagsalakay sa Pearl Harbor ay tinawag na Day of Infamy. Nagpahayag ng pakikidigma sa Hapon ang Estados Unidos, gayon din ang Bretanya. Ang Alemanya at Italia ay sumugod sa panig ng Hapon at nagpahayag rin ng pakikidigma laban sa Estados Unidos noong ika-11 ng Disyembre 1941. Sa kasagsagan ng digmaan, naging matindi ang laban ng dalawang alyadong militar. Ang Allied Powers na binubuo ng mga bansang Estados Unidos sa pamumuno ni Franklin D. Roosevelt, Great Britain sa pamumuno ni Winston Churchill, Soviet Union sa pamumuno naman ni Joseph Stalin. Ang Axis Powers naman ay binubuo ng Germany sa pamumuno ni Adolf Hitler, Italy sa pamumuno ni Benito Mussolini at Japan sa panahon ni Emperor Hirohito. Sa huli, naging matagumpay ang mga alyadong bansa sa mga labanan sa Europa at Hilagang Africa. Nagsimula ang pagkakapanalo ng Allied Powers sa Hilagang Africa noong 13 ng Mayo 1945, na sinundan ng pagkabihag sa Sicily noong 11 ng Hunyo. Sumuko ang Italia noong 3 ng Setyembre 1943. At noong 2 ng Abril 1945, si Benito Mussolini na naging takas sa bilangguan ay nahuli at pinatay kasama ng kanyang kinakasamang si Clara Peracci. Noong 2 ng Mayo 1945, nabihag ng mga Ruso ang Berlin at noong 8 ng Mayo, tinanggap ang walang pasubaling tadhana ng pagsuko ng mga Aleman sa Reims. Nang sumunod na araw sa Berlin, sumapit ang tinatawag na VE Day o Victory Day in Europe. Bago ito, noong 6 ng Hunyo 1944, naganap naman ang D-Day. Lumapag sa Normandy, Pransya, ang puwersa ni General Dwight Eisenhower. Pagkaraan ng ilang linggong paglalaban, natalo nila ang mga Nazi. Sa huling araw ng Abril 1945, bumagsak ang Germany dahil sa pag-atake ng mga alyado sa kanluran at ng mga Ruso sa silangan. Noong 30 ng Abril, winakasan ni Adolf Hitler ang sariling buhay. Samantala, patuloy na nakipaglaban sa Japan ang Amerika. At para tuluyang matalo ang Japan ng mga puwersang alyado, gumamit na ang Amerika at nagdesisyon ang Amerika na gumamit ng makabagong armas. Ito ang bomba atomika. Noong 6 ng Agosto 1945, ibinagsak sa Hiroshima ang unang bomba atomika. At noong 9 ng Agosto 1945, nagpabagsak muli ng bomba atomika sa Nagasaki, Japan. 2 ng Setyembre 1945, formal nang sumuko ang Japan sa digmaan. Napakaraming pagbabago na naidulot sa lipunan, ekonomiya at politika ang digmaan. Halika at balikan natin ang mga bunga ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Una na riyan, nagkaroon ng malaking bilang ng mga namatay at nasirang ari-arian. Ikalawa, natigil ang pagsulong ng ekonomiyang pandaigdig dahil sa pagkawasak ng agrikultura, industriya, transportasyon at pananalapi ng maraming bansa. Ikatlo, bumagsak ang pamahalaang totalitaryang Nazi ni Hitler, fasismo ni Mussolini at imperyong Hapon ni Hirohito. Ikaapat, napagtibay ang simulaing command responsibility para sa pagkakasalang nagawa ng mga opisyal ng bayan at mga pinunong militar. Ikalima, naging daan ito sa pagsilang ng malalayang bansa, ang silangang Germany, kanlurang Germany, nasyonalistang China, hulahang China, Pilipinas, Indonesia, Malaysia, Ceylon, India, Pakistan, Israel, Iran, Iraq, at marami pang mga bansa. Tumatak din sa kasaysayang pandaigdig na maraming Hudyo ang ipinapatay ng mga Nazi na kilala sa tawag na genocide. Mga giri kong mag-aaral, ang genocide ay ang sinasadya at sistematikong pagpatay ng maramihan sa pamamagitan ng gas chamber upang lipulin at tuluyan ng mabura ang isang lahi. Kung matatandaan ninyo, sa Pilipinas din ay naganap naman ang Death March bilang pagpapahirap ng hukbong Hapon sa mga Pilipino at Amerikanong sundalo. Ang paglalakad ay nagsimula sa Mariveles, Bataan, patungong San Fernando, Pampanga hanggang Capas, Tarlac. Sa katunayan, makikita sa Capas, Tarlac ang isang monumento na itinayo bilang pagpupugay sa mga Pilipino at sundalong Amerikano na namatay noong Death March. Sa puntong ito, nais kong suriin ninyo ang naging bunga ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig sa pamamagitan ng isang gawain. Narito ang panuto. Basahin at unawain mabuti ang bawat pangungusap. Piliin sa loob ng kahon ang titik na naglalarawan sa mga pagbabagong naganap matapos ang digmaan. Isulat ang letrang A kung ang pangungusap ay tumutukoy sa ekonomiya. Letrang B kung ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa lipunan. Letrang C kung ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa politika. Sa mga nakasubaybay sa Facebook Live, maaaring ilagay ang inyong sagot sa comment box. Handa na ba kayo? Uulitin ko, letrang A kung ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa ekonomiya, letter B kung ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa lipunan, at letrang C kung ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa politika. Kung handa na ang lahat, simulan na natin. Narito ang unang tanong. Paglaganap ng kaisipan na tanging mga Aleman ang magaling at nangungunang lahi sa daigdig. A. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa ekonomiya. B. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa lipunan. C. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa politika. Pangalawang tanong. Bumagsak ang pamahalaang totalitaryang Nazi ni Hitler, fasismo ni Mussolini at imperyong Hapon ni Hirohito. A. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa ekonomiya. B. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa lipunan. C. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa politika. Pangatlo. Pagkawasak ng mga ari-arian at pagbagsak ng pananalapi hatid ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. A. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa ekonomiya. B. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa lipunan. Or letter C. Pagbabago na nakasentro sa politika. Pang-apat, makinig mabuti. Pagbagal ng industrialisasyon at kalakalan dulot ng digmaan. A. Ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa ekonomiya. B. Ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa lipunan. C. Ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa politika. At ang ating panlimang tanong. Paglalabanan ng pamumuno sa pagitan ng mga pasistang Nationalist Front at Sosyalistang Popular Army sa Espanya. A. Ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa ekonomiya. B. Ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa lipunan. C. Ang pagbabago ay nakasentro sa politika. Nakuha niyo ba ang mga tamang sagot? Tingnan natin. Narito ang mga tamang sagot para sa unang bilang, letrang B. Sa ikalawang bilang, letrang C. Sa ikatlong bilang ay letrang A. Maging sa ikaapat na bilang ay letrang A. At sa ikalimang bilang, letrang C. Binabati ko kayo, mga giliw kong mag-aaral sa inyong ipinamalas na galing. Mga giliw kong mag-aaral, upang hindi na masundan pa ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, humanap ng paraan ang mga bansa upang tuluyan ng makamit ang kapayapaan. Isa sa mga hakbang na ginawa nila ay ang pagtatatag ng United Nations kapalit ng Liga ng mga Bansa. Isang pangkalahatang samahang pandaigdig ang United Nations upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaligtasan sa mundo. Noong ika-24 ng Oktubre 1945 ay itinatag na ang mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations at nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General si Trygve Lie ng Sweden. Eto, trivia naman, mga giliw kong mag-aaral. Alam nyo ba na ang ating kapwa Tarlakhenyo na si Carlos P. Romulo na taga-Kamiling Tarlac ay naging President of the United Nations General Assembly noong taong 1949 hanggang 1950. Nakaka-proud, di ba? Isang Pilipino, isang Tarlakhenyo. Sa inyong palagay, bakit mahalaga ang pagkakatatag ng United Nations? Maaari niyong isagot sa comment box. Mahusay, mahalaga ito upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaligtasan sa daigdig. Ito na marahil ang pinakamahalagang naidulot ng pagtatapos ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. At mas marami pa kayong matututunan tungkol sa United Nations sa mga susunod na talakayan. Mga gili kong mag-aaral sa puntong ito, oras na naman para tasahin o sukatin ang inyong kaalaman ukol sa paksang ating tinalakay. Narito ang panuto. Tukuyin kung ang nilalaman ng bawat pahayag ay sanhi o bunga ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Isulat ang sagot sa sagutang papel. Sa mga nakasubaybay sa FB Live, ilagay ang inyong sagot sa comment box. Handa na ba kayo? Kung ganon, simulan na natin. Unang tanong. Nagkaroon ng malaking bilang ng mga namatay at nasirang ari-arian. Pangalawa, pagsakop ng Italia sa Utopia. Pangatlo, natigil ang pagsulong ng ekonomiyang pandaigdig dahil sa pagkawasak ng agrikultura, industriya, transportasyon at pananalapi ng maraming bansa. Pang-apat, pag-agaw ng Japan sa Manchuria mula sa China. Panlima, napagtibay ang simulaing command responsibility para sa pagkakasalang nagawa ng mga opisyal ng bayan at pinunong militar. Siguraduhing maging tapat sa pagwawasto ng inyong gawain. Narito ang mga tamang sagot. Sa unang bilang, bunga. Sa ikalawang bilang, sanhi. Sa ikatlong bilang, bunga. Sa ikaapat na bilang, sanhi. At sa ikalimang bilang, bunga. Marami ba kayong nakuhang tamang sagot? Mahusay! Natutuwa ako dahil naipakita ninyo ang inyong pakikinig sa ating naging aralin. Sa mga hindi naman nakakuha ng maraming tamang sagot, marami pa kayong pagkakataon para makabawi. Para sa takdang aralin, pagtitibayin mo ang iyong kaalaman tungkol sa paksa. inaasahan kong critical mong masusuri ang mga konseptong napag-aralan tungkol sa mahahalagang pangyayari at mga epekto ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Kailangan mong sumulat ng isang sanaysay na naglalahad sa mga negatibo at positibong naidulot ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Kunan ito ng larawan. Ang gawain ay kunan ng larawan at ipadala sa Facebook Messenger account ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8. Sa mga walang access sa internet, maaaring ipasa ng iyong magulang o guardian ang iyong gawain sa oras at araw ng pagsusoli at pagkuha ng module. Siguraduhin pa rin syempre ang tamang pagsunod sa mga health protocols tulad ng pagsusuot ng face mask, paghuhugas ng kamay, at physical distancing. Tandaan na mahalaga ang pagsunod sa health protocols dahil ito ay para sa ating kaligtasan at kaligtasan ng tapos talakayin. Upang mas maunawaan ninyo ang ating naging aralin ukol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, basahin ang inyong learner's material sa pahina 449 hanggang pahina 463. Inaasahan kong kayo'y natuto sa araw na ito sa Araling Panlipunan. Muli, ako ang inyong naging teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Jennifer Ocoma Hanoya na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang 2014 Philippine Basketball Marathon ay ang pinakamahabang basketball match ayon sa Guinness World of Records? Ang laro ay naganap mula March 24 hanggang March 29, 2014 sa Meralco Gym sa Pasig at tumagal ng 120 hours. Ang marathon na ito ay isang fundraising event para sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda. Alam niyo na, yan ang longest basketball match.
Afternoon, learners. Welcome to Dear learners, I hope that you are all safe and doing well and ready for another learning experience. Join me today and let us explore and learn new things in CLE, in Electronic Products Assembly and Servicing, or EPAS. Today, we will focus our discussion on the area of industrial arts in Electronic Products Assembly and Servicing, specifically on testing rectifier diode. This time, I want you to prepare your compendium of notes in EPAS and your pen and notebook. Be in a place where you are comfortable watching or listening. And don't forget to take down notes as we go along with the lesson. Today, we will focus our discussion on the testing of rectifier diode. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to identify the condition of a rectifier diode, follow the procedures in testing a rectifier diode, develop skills in testing a rectifier diode, appreciate the importance of testing a rectifier diode in troubleshooting and repair of electronic appliances. Before we begin, let us have a short review with our previous topic. Last time, we discussed the theories and principles of a diode. Do you still remember those theories and principles of a diode? I'm sure you do. Are you ready? I'm sure you are all ready. Let us check what you have learned by answering the questions that I'm about to ask you. Choose your answer from the choices given inside the box. You will be given 3 seconds to give me the correct answer. Your choices are forward bias, rectifier diode, reverse bias, cathode, and anode. Let's begin. Question number 1. It is an electronic device that allows the flow of current in only one direction. Very good. The correct answer is rectifier diode. Question number 2. What do you call the arrow in the schematic symbol of a rectifier diode? Great! The correct answer is anode. Question number 3. In the actual component of a rectifier diode, what do you call the white band at one end of a rectifier diode? Very good. The answer is cathode. You're great! Question number 4. It is a connection between the anode of a diode to the positive of the voltage source, and the cathode of a diode is connected to the negative of the voltage source. Very good. The answer is forward bias. Question number 5. It is a connection between the anode of a diode to the negative of the voltage source, and the cathode of a diode is connected to the positive of the voltage source. If your answer is reverse bias, you are correct. Very good, learners. You did a great job. And now, my dear learners, let us start our new lesson about testing a rectifier diode. Are you ready? Let's begin. As with most electronic components, physical damage is the first sign to look for in a diode. Some good signs of damaged diodes are a burned diode and a cracked diode. Some diodes will even split into two. If there are no physical signs, you will have to test it. In testing a rectifier diode, you must know the good condition and the bad condition of the rectifier diode based on the pointer of an analog multimeter. The good and bad conditions of the rectifier diode can be checked by using an analog multimeter using the ohmmeter function. A good condition of a rectifier diode is when the forward bias connection has a low resistance, and if you reverse the polarity in reverse bias connection, there should be an infinite resistance reading. This reading is an exception to the Schottky rectifier diode, where it has two readings but it is not leaky. A bad condition of a rectifier diode is a defect in a diode such as floated, open, and leaking. A shorted diode is a defect in which the pointer of the multimeter reads to 0 in forward, and an open diode is a defect in which the pointer stays at the infinite position in forward and reverse bias connection. While a leaky diode is a defect in which the forward and reverse bias connections have resistance readings. When testing a rectifier diode with an analog multimeter, there are two tests to be performed: the forward bias connection and the reverse bias connection. We can say that a rectifier diode is good when the two conditions are met. In the first test, there should be low resistance. If you reverse the polarity in the second test, there should be an infinite reading, even at the higher ohmmeter range of X10K. However, if these conditions are not met, we conclude that the rectifier diode is defective. This reading is an exemption to the Schottky barrier rectifier diode, where it has a high resistance reading of X10K range, but it is not leaky. Here are the procedures for testing a rectifier diode. Number 1. Determine the correct polarity of the analog multimeter test leads in ohmmeter function. When the analog multimeter is set to the ohmmeter function, the black test probe becomes positive and the red test probe becomes negative. Take note of this, learners. Number 2. Set the ohmmeter to X1 or X10 range, as the case may be. If the multimeter is low in battery, we cannot set the pointer to 0 in the X1 range. If this is the case, select the X10 range. Use the X10K range to check for a leaky diode in the reverse bias connection. If there is a deflection on the pointer in the X10K range, we can say that a rectifier diode is leaky. Number 3. Always zero the pointer before checking the test leads and turning the 0 ohm adjuster to place the pointer exactly to 0 at the right. Number 4. Identify the anode and the cathode of the rectifier diode. Number 5. Connect the ohmmeter test leads across the rectifier diode. First, connect the black test probe to the anode of the rectifier diode and the red test probe to the cathode of the rectifier diode. This connection is called forward bias. Number 6. Reverse the ohmmeter test leads for the opposite polarity. This time, connect the black test probe to the cathode of the rectifier diode and the red test probe to the anode of the rectifier diode. This is called a reverse bias connection. To enhance your knowledge in testing a rectifier diode, you are about to watch a video on how to test a rectifier diode by using an analog multimeter. In the face-to-face classes, this is activity that you're going to do in your performance test. However, if you have an analog multimeter and a rectifier diode at home, you can also do this activity with your parents' guidance. This will help you develop your skills in testing a rectifier diode. Alright, let us all watch this. My dear learners, are you ready to explore another learning experience in testing diodes? Hello, my dear learners. Are you ready to explore another learning experience in testing diodes? I'm sure you are now ready. A material. Hello, my dear learners. Are you ready to explore another learning experience in testing diodes? I'm sure you are now ready. The materials and equipment that we are going to use in testing diodes are sorted diodes and an analog multimeter. Let's begin checking a good rectifier diode 1N4001. First, set the analog multimeter to ohmmeter function X1 range. Then, zero the pointer by connecting the test leads and turn the 0 ohm adjuster to place the pointer exactly to 0 at the right. First test, forward bias connection. Connect the black test probe to the anode of the diode and the red test probe to the cathode of the diode. Pointer deflects to low resistance. This reading is okay for a good rectifier diode. Second test, reverse bias connection. Connect the black test probe to the cathode of the diode and the red test probe to the anode of the diode. The pointer did not deflect. It stays at infinite resistance reading. A good rectifier diode has an infinite resistance reading in the reverse direction. Even if we have a good reading in ohmmeter X1 range, doesn't mean that the rectifier diode is good. The final test is to set your analog multimeter to ohmmeter function X10K range. Then set the pointer by connecting the test leads. Turn the 0 ohm adjuster to place the pointer exactly to 0 at the right. Again, test the rectifier diode in the reverse bias connection. Connect the black test probe to the cathode of the diode and the red test probe to the anode of the diode. Again, the pointer did not deflect. Stay at infinite resistance reading. A good rectifier diode has an infinite reading in the reverse direction at ohmmeter X10K range. Therefore, the condition of this rectifier diode 1N4001 is good. There is a little deflection on the pointer in this X10K range. We can say that the rectifier diode is leaky. Let's now check this rectifier diode R208. Follow the same procedures in checking a good rectifier diode. Now, let's check this rectifier diode RL307. Follow the same procedures in checking the good rectifier diode. Let's test this rectifier diode 1N5402. Follow the same procedures in checking a good rectifier diode. That's all for testing the rectifier diode. I hope you learned a lot from this video. Don't forget to turn off your analog multimeter after using it. If you have an analog multimeter and rectifier diode at home, you can practice and follow the procedures in checking a rectifier diode. This will develop your skills in checking a rectifier diode. And always remember, practice makes perfect. Until next time, bye! Now, my dear learners, kindly get a piece of paper and pen. Let us find out if you learned our lesson this afternoon. This is a multiple choice quiz. You have to select the correct answer by writing the letter of your choice on a clean sheet of paper. You will be given 3 seconds to write your answer. Are you ready? Let's begin. Number 1. A good rectifier diode must have a reading of A. 0 reading in forward and reverse bias connection. B. Infinite reading in forward and reverse bias connection. C. Both have resistance to forward and reverse bias connection. D. Low resistance reading in forward bias connection and infinite reading in reverse bias connection. Number 2. A good condition of a diode that has a 0 reading in forward and reverse bias connection is A. Good. B. Open. C. Shorted. D. Leaky. Number 3. It is a condition of a diode that has an infinite reading in forward and reverse bias connection. A. Good. B. Open. C. Shorted. D. Leaky. Number 4. It is a condition of a diode that has a resistance reading in forward and reverse bias connection. A. Good. B. Open. C. Shorted. D. Leaky. Number 5. The following are the procedures for testing a diode, except A. Determine the correct polarity of the ohmmeter test leads. B. Set the ohmmeter to X1 or X10 range. C. Always zero the pointer before checking. D. Test the diode only in forward bias connection. Let us now check your answers. For number 1, the correct answer is letter D. Low resistance reading in forward bias connection and infinite reading in reverse bias connection. Number 2, letter C. Shorted. Number 3, letter B. Open. Number 4, letter D. Leaky. And for number 5, letter D. Test the diode only in forward bias connection. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations! You are excellent. For those who got 4 and 3, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, please read, study harder, and refer to your compendium of notes. Alright, that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed and learned about our on-the-air live discussion. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 AM station. I would like to end up by saying, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. I am Berlin C. Alcaide, your teacher, broadcaster for TLE Grade 8. Until next time, goodbye!
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor On Air, mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor On Air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Professor On Air. One FM. One lang yan. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Capas Concentration Camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam niyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
At sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Pawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Abigail Domingo Giam, your teacher broadcaster in Arts Grade 8, streaming live at Victoria Tarlac. Join me for another 25 minutes of fun-filled learning experience. Before we start our today's discussion, make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning in into our live stream and television. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning activity sheet in Arts Grade 8. Finally, you can write your answer or you may ask questions by typing in the comment section in our live stream on Facebook. Today's discussion is continuation of the lesson about selected festivals and theatrical forms celebrated all over the Asian region. To check if you still remember our previous lesson, answer this activity. Are you ready? Let's begin. Question number 1. It is the traditional theater art form in China. It is combination of music, vocal performance, pantomime, dance, and acrobatics. What is your answer? Correct. The answer is Beijing or Peking Opera. Number 2. It is a form of traditional Japanese drama with highly stylized song, mime, and dance, and performed only by male actors. That is right. The answer is Kabuki. Number 3. This performance is without a doubt the best-known Indonesian wayang. Correct. The answer is wayang kulit. Number 4. It was one form of public entertainment in the south of Thailand. It is still very popular at village, temple fairs, and celebrations such as marriages. You are correct. The answer is na. Lastly, number 5. What are the two kinds of na? You got it right. The two kinds of nangs are nang talong and nang yai. Did you get all correct answers? Very good. I'm glad that you still remember our previous lessons. It seems that you are now ready for our new lesson. Remember our learning task for today. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to identify selected festivals and theatrical forms celebrated all over the Asian region. Number 2, compare and appreciate the similarities, differences, and uniqueness of the selected festivals and theatrical forms celebrated in Asia. Now, let's proceed. To check your prior knowledge for this topic, let us now have a short test. As different festival and theatrical forms are shown, you need to identify which countries are they celebrated. Write your answer on a separate sheet of paper, or you may type on the comment section of our Facebook live stream. You will be given 5 seconds to answer. Number 1. Let's identify the picture. In which country in Asia do you think this festival is celebrated? Your time starts now. Time is up. Let's reveal the answer. Correct. That is Chinese New Year and it is celebrated in China. Number 2. In which country in Asia do you think this festival is celebrated? Time is up. Correct. That is Loy Krathong Festival and it is celebrated in Thailand. And lastly, in which country in Asia do you think this festival is celebrated? Very good. That is Taiko Drum Festival and that is celebrated in Japan. Now, are you ready to travel and appreciate the culture, tradition, and arts of specific countries all over Asia? Okay, let's begin. Our first festival is very familiar to us. It is Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year is the longest and most important festivity in the Chinese calendar. The origin of Chinese New Year is itself centuries old and gained significance because of several myths and traditions. Chinese New Year is celebrated in countries and territories with significant Chinese populations like mainland China, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mauritius, Vietnam, and Philippines. Chinese New Year, also known as Lunar New Year, is the grandest festival in China, with a 7-day-long holiday as the most colorful annual event. The traditional Chinese New Year celebration lasts longer, up to 2 weeks, and the climax arrives around the Lunar New Year's Eve. The festival date is in January or February, around the Chinese solar term, the beginning of spring. So, it is also named the Spring Festival. Unlike the Universal New Year observed on January 1st, Chinese New Year is never on a fixed date. The dates vary according to Chinese lunar calendar, but generally fall on a day between January 21st and 20th day of February in the Gregorian calendar. China's custom and traditions concerning the celebration of the Chinese New Year. People will pour out their money to buy presents, decoration, material, food, and clothing. Thoroughly cleanse the house in order to sweep away any ill fortune and to make way for good incoming luck. Windows and doors will be decorated with red color paper cuts and couplets with popular themes of good fortune or happiness, wealth, and longevity. On the eve of Chinese New Year, supper is a feast with families. Food will include such items as pigs, ducks, chicken, and sweet delicacies. The family will end the night with firecrackers. Children greet their parents early in the morning by wishing them a healthy and happy New Year, and receive money in red paper envelopes. The Chinese New Year tradition is to reconcile, forget all hatred, and sincerely wish peace and happiness for everyone. Dragon dance is a form of traditional dance and performance in Chinese culture. Like the lion dance, it is most often seen in a festive celebration. Many Chinese people often use the term descendants of the dragon as a sign of ethnic identity. The Emperor of China usually used the dragon as a symbol of imperial power and strength. The dragon dance is a highlight of Chinese New Year celebrations held worldwide in Chinatowns around the world. The dragon symbolizes power, strength, and good luck. The dance team mimics supposed movements of the river spirit in a flowing rise and fall manner. The movements in performance traditionally symbolize historical roles of dragons, demonstrating power and dignity. Dragons are believed to bring good luck to people, which is reflected in their qualities that include great power, dignity, fertility, wisdom, and prosperity. The appearance of dragons is both frightening and bold, but it has a benevolent disposition. The main objective of wearing Chinese costume is to maintain the sanctity of their tradition. They get haircuts and makeovers so that they are fully welcome the new year in a brand new style. Traditionally, women wear the cheongsams and kipaos, while the men wear the mandarin-colored shirts with the Chinese dragon symbols, and traditional kung fu suits and coats. Children wear dragon costumes and the kung fu suits too. Props are dragon and lion puppets, Chinese fans, Chinese lanterns, Chinese umbrellas, tambourines, and firecrackers. The Chinese culture in the Philippines had been recognized to be very influential in the country, as Filipinos are known to partake in the celebration by means of having Chinese food, consulting feng shui experts for good luck, and as well as reading their horoscope. Now, let's move to the next festival that is celebrated in Japan. The Taiko Drum Festival. Taiko is an ancient Japanese form of percussion using large drums. The drums range in size from roughly a snare drum or shime to drums as large as a car or the odaiko. The most common drum size is taiko, is the chudaiko, which is the size of a wine barrel. One of taiko's most defining aspects is its dynamic playing style. Taiko is playing loud, hard, and fast, and involves a lot of choreographed movement, which many identify with Japanese martial arts. In taiko drumming, the performers are not merely using the drum as an instrument. They are aiming to form a connection between the drum and themselves. A good example of a professional taiko drumming troupe is the Kodo. They are based in Sado Island, Japan, and they had a big role in popularizing taiko drumming both in Japan and abroad. They regularly tour in Japan, Europe, and the United States to perform. Their name Kodo conveys two meanings. First is a heartbeat, the primal source of all rhythm. And the second is children, as a reflection of Kodo's desire to play their drums with the heart of a child. The drummer is called uchite. You can see different kinds of drum during the Kodo performance, other and traditional Japanese instruments such as fyu and shamisen appears in the stage. Also, traditional dance and vocal performance are part of it. Kodo members are very talented before they compose for their performance. The Kodo performances normally last for 1 hour and 40 minutes. The costume in taiko performance are happy coats over black with white calligraphy, a baggy sleeve short cotton jacket, tied with a sash around the waist. It is usually plain in color, typically blue or black, with a symbol printed on the lapels and on the back. Hachimaki, a white headband, tabi shoes with a big toe separated, and also we have the odaiko, big drum, kosuke, medium drum, and shime, small drum. Now, let's discuss another famous festival celebrated in Asia, which is the Indonesia's Balinese Dance Festival. In the early 15th century, the art culture of Bali changed when artists fled from Java. At this time, cultural beliefs of the Balinese and Hindu came together through dance. Balinese traditional dance culture has a unique history that includes various types of dance. Part of the history includes understanding historical events that inspired many forms of dance practiced in Bali today. Before Bali adopted various forms of dance, people identify with the culture today and before the adoption of Hindu religion. People use dance as a way to fend off evil spirits through dance rituals. In Bali, there are various categories of dance, including epic performances such as Universal Mahabharata and Ramayana. Certain ceremonies at village temples feature a special performance of a dance drama, a battle between mythical characters Rangda, the witch representing evil, and Barong, the lion or dragon, representing good. Bali dancers learn the craft as a children from their mothers as soon as they are born. In the womb, they are played the Balinese music and are taught to dance with their hands before they can walk. Official training as a Bali dancer starts as young as 7. In Balinese dance, the movement is closely associated with the rhythms produced by gamelan, a musical ensemble specific to Java and Bali. Multiple levels of articulation in the face, eyes, hands, arms, hips, and feet are coordinated to reflect layers of percussive sounds. The number of codified hand positions and gestures, the mudras, is higher in India than in Java or Bali. Hand positions and gestures are nonetheless as important in Javanese and Balinese dance as in India. Whether in India, Indonesia, or Cambodia, hands have a typically ornamental role and emphasize the dance's delicate intricacy. Most female dancers put on various colors of makeup, wear a crown, put both real and golden flowers in their hair, wear sarong and wrap a long sash from their hips to their breasts, as well as many gold decorations. Rounds and decorations are made from cowhide. Male dancers also put on makeup. Men use more red color for their eye and cheeks, and their eyebrows are colored to enhance their masculinity. Men wear a mask when they dance topeng dance. They wear a crown and put on a cloak or many pieces of these clothes around their body. They carry a sword on their shoulders. There are various types of Balinese dance based on the history and culture of Indonesia. These are religious dances performed in places throughout Bali and Indonesia. Here is a general list of Balinese traditional dance descriptions to learn more about them. Barong dance. It features a fight between good and evil, as it features a lord of the forest and a witch whose spirits compete in darkness. It is a story of a Balinese village protector. Frog dance. It features frog-like moves inspired by a Balinese fairy tale of a frog and a princess. George dance. The dance features movements which involves shaking of the hips. Dancers may dance with an audience member. Also referred to as a social society dance, it has a long history of being a form of dance in Bali. Kasak dance, performed by chanting males, it is sometimes referred to as a fire dance because it is accompanied by praise. Legong dance. The dance tells the story of a king who finds a lost maiden and holds her captive. It features complex movement of fingers, feet, and facial expressions. Topeng dance. Topeng is a paper or wooden mask, and dancers wear this mask and tell ancient stories through dance. The performance is a drama based on stories with heroines or tales from early kingdoms and often takes place as a most large ceremonies in temples in Bali. The Ramayana ballet features a contemporary dance filled with 30-piece bronze ensemble, Gong Kepiar Orchestra. The music is emotional as it tells a story of adventure and sorrow through the voice of a female singer. Let's move to the next festival we are going to explore, the Sky Lantern Festival in Thailand. The Sky Lantern Festival of Thailand is held not just in this country but also in China, Taiwan, and other neighboring countries. This event is about the launching of lanterns, which are small hot air balloons. Each release of a sky lantern is a petition, small prayer, or good wishes of a person who released the lantern. This event is held on the full moon of the 12th month in the traditional Thai lunar calendar. In the Western calendar, this usually falls in November. Here are some samples of different meanings of releasing sky lanterns. Number 1, it sends a person's bad luck and misfortune away into the air, especially if it disappears from view before the fire goes out. Number 2, people say a short prayer before launching the lantern. Sometimes they will also write their address in the lantern. Anyone who later finds the lantern can then claim money from the sender. In this way, the good fortune is shared. Number 3, it is considered good luck to release a sky lantern. And many Thais believe there are symbols of problems and worries floating away. And lastly, it is an act of veneration to Praget Julamani by sending air balloon lanterns into the high sky. The Chiang Mai area has been the scene of mass sky lantern release. Another famous festival celebrated in Thailand is Loy Krathong. The Loy Krathong festival in Thailand is the event that you should not miss. Krathong is a term which refers to a piece of banana trunk decorated with flowers, banana leaves, candle, and incense sticks. The word loy means to float in the Thailand language. When put together, those two terms simply mean floating banana trunk festival. Today, locals created kratongs with the base of baked bread so that they can provide food for the fish on the ponds or river. Many of the locals will be excited to help tourists to make their own kratongs, but you can also purchase elaborate, pre-made lanterns. The banks of the river are lined with people crouched down saying prayers and making wishes before pushing their lanterns out in the water. Many Thais say releasing the lantern is a way to send their problems away. Class, are you still enjoying our exploration of festivals and theatrical forms in China, Japan, Indonesia, and Thailand? Okay, very good. Now, let's have an assessment to your learning for today's lesson. You can write your answer on the chat box or on a clean sheet of paper and send it to your MAPE teacher. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. It is a festival in Thailand to honor the goddess of water. I will repeat, it is a festival in Thailand to honor the goddess of water. The answer is correct, Loy Krathong. Question number 2. What thing do the Thais release in the sky to send away the bad luck or misfortune? What thing do the Thais release in the sky to send away the bad luck or misfortune? Very good. The answer is sky lantern. Question number 3. What is the traditional Chinese dance that is usually seen during the Chinese New Year celebration? You got it right. The answer is dragon dance. Question number 4. What do you call the Japanese drumming festival? I will repeat. What do you call the Japanese drumming style? Very good. The correct answer is Taiko Drum Festival. Last question. What is the instrument that produced the rhythm in the Balinese dance? What is the instrument that produced the rhythm in the Balinese dance? Correct. The answer is gamelan. Congratulations! You did great in your assessment. I hope all of you had a great time and enjoyed our lesson. Always remember, a world without art is a world without hopes and dreams. That's all for today. Once again, I am Ma'am Abigail, your Arts Grade 8 Angkor teacher. Until next time, happy listening and have a great day.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, Radyo Pilipino, sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo. Learners, welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gahutan, your teacher broadcaster for today, broadcasting live here in Victoria, Tarlac. Join me for another day of fun and meaningful learning experience in English 9. Before anything else, please get your pen, a clean sheet of paper, and your learning activity sheet and find a comfortable place where you can learn best while listening and watching. As we start our learning journey this afternoon, it is but important to look on the parts of your learning activity sheet, so you may scan the pages as we go over them. In this session, you will have 4 tasks. Activity 1 is entitled Let Us Review. Activity 2, Let Us Take Note. Activity 3, Let Us Apply. And lastly, Activity 4, Let Us Strengthen. In the previous episode, you have learned the parts and features of a summary. To be able to know if you can remember them, let us answer activity number 1. Let us review. Here is the direction. Read the statements carefully. Identify what is described by completing the missing letters to form the correct word. For those who are watching live via Facebook and YouTube, you may join us on our activity by typing your answers in the comment section. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? Okay, here we go. Number 1. Effective restatement of the main ideas of a text, whether an article, a book, movie, event, and others. Have you identified the missing letters? If you answer summary, you got it right. Let's proceed. Number 2. It introduces the main ideas of an article. What is your answer? Well, you are correct if you answered body in number 2. Let's proceed to number 3. It is the overview of the article, which includes the author's name and the article's title. Please guess the missing letters. Have you identified the missing letters? Well, the correct answer for number 3 is introduction. Let's proceed. Number 4. It summarizes the main idea and the underlying meaning of the article. Okay, for number 4, have you solved the word? Well, you are right if you answered conclusion. Were you able to identify the missing letters, grade 9? Indeed, you are a certified word solver if you got them all. Impressive! Well, the words we have identified are actually parts of a summary, and they are connected to our lesson for today. Join me as we discuss further about react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions. And the main focus of our session this afternoon is on summary language. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to learn the following objectives. Number 1, discuss the considerations when writing a summary. Number 2, choose the best summary in a short. Summary is a short, clear description that gives the main facts or ideas of the text. Well, writing a summary is not an easy task. It involves a lot of considerations. You might ask me, how should I start a summary? The first thing to a well-crafted and good summary is to read and be familiar of the original text. While reading, it is also important to know the main idea or the most important idea of the paragraph. After looking for the main idea, you must also determine and note the supporting points that are essential in your summary. And finally, you need to put them in your own words. But remember, it's essential to paraphrase the author's ideas to avoid plagiarism. Now that you know how to start, you might also ask me the question, how long a summary is? According to courses.lumenlearning.com, a summary should be 1/3 of the original text. So for example, if a text is 3 pages long, you can summarize it in 1 page, and in the case of a 3-paragraph text, you may summarize or shorten it into 1 paragraph. After knowing the length of your summary, what are then the steps to follow when writing a summary? Well, you have to follow 4 steps. Let's try to identify them. Step number 1. You should outline the text. You can break it down into its major sections by identifying the main idea, the supporting points, and the concluding statement. So that is the first step. After breaking down into sections, what is the step number 2? You may start the summary with an introductory sentence that states the text title, author, main idea, or the subject. You can use these phrases presented on your screen for your introduction, such as first, at the beginning, in the first part, in the introduction, the author writes, states, points out, and many more. After that, what is step number 3? You may begin your body by stating the other essential information in the text. What phrases can you use? You can use the phrases like in the main part, in the next part, first, second, then, afterwards, moreover, in addition to that, next, the author examines or discusses, and many other phrases as presented on your screen. Now that you have the introduction and the body, finally, the step number 4, all you need to put is your conclusion. How can you end your summary? You may end your summary by using phrases flashed on your screen, like the phrases, in the end, the author emphasizes, or finally, the writer concludes that, the final part, section, the journalist adds or stresses, and as a conclusion, the reporter pretends if. So those are the phrases you may use for conclusion. But one important thing to remember, grade 9 learners, take note that when you summarize a text, never use the word I think. Why? Because a summary should not be about your opinion, but rather a shorter version on your screen. Like, the text is about, deals with, presents, describes, or the author tells us about, says, states, points out, explains, and other phrases like shown on your screen. Let us now take a look in this example. Let us try to summarize the short passage entitled, Depression, Not a Joke. Let me read first the short passage. While reading, remember the steps I gave you a while ago. Before summarizing it, please look for the main idea and the essential details that you may include in the summary. Listen as I read it. All of us may feel a little sad and pessimistic sometimes. However, if we feel these emotions all the time, it is not anymore a simple sadness. It is already a sign of depression. Depression must be taken seriously since it can lead to suicides. What should we do if we see the above symptoms in our family? It is best that we help them seek professional help. Medical professionals suggest that a depressed person should see a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist is a doctor who treats and cures illnesses of the mind. We, as family members, can also help. We should spend time talking to them, letting them feel that we are there to support them. In this way, they will feel that they are not alone. Alright learners, have you identified the main idea and relevant details? From the given text, they are already highlighted on your screen. Now that you have identified the main ideas and the supporting details, you can now put them in your own words using the phrases stated a while ago. So to shorten this passage, we can restate it this way. The author states that depression is a serious mood disorder that can lead to suicides. If someone is depressed, first, medical professionals suggest that they need to consult a psychiatrist. Moreover, communication and support of the family members can also help. In this way, they won't feel lonely. Have you noticed the difference, learners? Well, in our original text, this summarized text is shorter than the original and the statements are paraphrased or stated in different way. Alright, now that you have learned the concepts of writing a summary, let us now try to answer Activity 2. Let us take note on your activity sheet to see how far you remembered these concepts. Let us call this activity Some Are True, Some Are Not. I want you to analyze each statement referring to writing a summary. And on your answer sheet, write T if the statement is true or F if the statement is false. Are you ready, learners? Alright, let's start. Number 1. A summary should be longer than the original text. Now, what is your answer? The answer for number 1 is F, false. Very good. Remember, learners, that a summary should be shorter, not longer than the original text. Way to go. Let's proceed. Number 2. A summary should include your own opinion, comments, and suggestions. Okay, what is your answer for number 2? If you answered F, false, you are correct. Remember that the summary should never include your personal feelings. It's a no-no to have comments on your summaries. Number 3. In writing a summary, you should determine the main idea first before writing. The answer for number 3 is D, true. Excellent analysis, student. As I have emphasized a while ago, the main idea of the text is where the summary will revolve around. Let's proceed to number 4. You must include all the important information in your summary. Okay, what is your answer for number 4? Number 4, the answer is D. It's true. Outstanding. Of course, we should include important details because they are crucial in developing the body of a summary. Last item, number 5. Summarizing is the same as paraphrasing, only shorter. Okay, what is the answer for number 5? Number 5, the answer is T. It's true. Remarkable. Paraphrasing and summarizing are the same because you are shortening the text using your own words. Okay, how's your score, dear learners? If you got most or all of the correct answers, excellent. You did a good job in analyzing each statement. But if not, you still have the chance on the next part. So keep going, grade 9. To further enhance your skills in summarizing, let us now answer activity 3. Let us apply. Let us call this activity Summarize That Mini Saga. A mini saga is a short piece of writing containing exactly 50 words excluding the title. Now, listen as I read each passage once, then choose the letter of the best one-sentence summary in each item and write them on your answer sheet. Are you ready, learners? Okay, listen for number 1. Peter knew he was in trouble. His teacher had warned him that if he was late again, he would be in big trouble. He ran all the way to school without stopping. When he arrived, he was shocked to find the gates were locked. Then he realized it was Saturday. Now, which is the best summary? Letter A. The author states that if Peter will be late again, he would be punished. Letter B. The author states that Peter is always late. Letter C. The author states that if you are late, you will be in trouble. Or letter D. The author states that Peter should learn how to be punctual. Okay, what is the answer for number 1? The answer for number 1 is letter A. Very good. Peter is always late, which is why he was afraid of being late again, for he will be punished. Let's proceed. Number 2. I don't like robots, I said to my new boss after a cup of coffee. I hate them. I don't like working with cold machines. Perhaps you really should try to open your mind. My boss put down his cup and opened his body, then put 2 new batteries inside. So what is the best summary for number 3? He should embrace robots because he himself is one. Let's proceed. Number 3. The boy who lived in the countryside came home from the university. He wanted to give his parents a big surprise. At the door, he found his family cold and cheerless. To support him with his studies, his parents sold all their cattle and led a very poor and simple life. Now, which is the best summary? Letter A. The author points out that the family gave up so much that they can't even afford to smile. Letter B. The author points out that the family is not happy that their son came home. Letter C. The author points out that the family is unhappy because they sold all their cattle. Or letter D. The author points out that the family lost in a gamble. Okay, what is your answer for number 3? If you answered letter A, you are correct. The author informs us right at the beginning that the family sacrificed a lot for their son, which is why they can't even smile. Okay, number 4. 4 friends went on a journey. After walking, they found a place to rest and eat. Each said they would do something. One said, "I've prepared a meal." Another said, "I'll start a fire." The third said, "I'll build a shelter," while the fourth said, "I'm ready to eat." Now, what is the best summary for this passage? Letter A. The reader is informed that the 4 friends had a reunion. Letter B. The reader is informed that 4 friends were eating dinner. Letter C. The reader is informed that each of the 4 friends had his own role in their trip. Or letter D. The reader is informed that one of them is lazy. Okay, what is your answer for number 4? If you answered letter C, you're right. The reader is informed that each of the 4 friends had his own role in their trip. Let's proceed to the last item, number 5. A man works outside and earns money. His wife works inside the house as a housewife. The man usually orders her to do something and his wife fulfills it. However, the wife controls his pocket money. He cannot take a strong attitude toward his wife when he wants money. Now, which is the best summary for this passage? Letter A. The author explains that the husband is afraid of his wife. Letter B. The author explains that the husband trusts his wife on their budget. Letter C. The author explains that the husband is tired of his wife. Or letter D. The author explains that the husband doesn't need money. Okay, for this number, did you answer letter B? If yes, excellent. The author explains that the husband trusts his wife on their budget. Okay, were you able to get all the answers correctly, learners? Whatever your scores are, I commend you for your active participation in all the activities of our session today. I hope you learned a lot. Now for your last activity, please answer activity 4 on your activity sheet, and it is entitled, "Let Us Strengthen." On your activity sheet, please read the article entitled "Child Abuse," then make a summary applying what you have learned today. You have there the draft on what are you going to put in your summary. Don't worry, for you may do this activity after this episode. Another meaningful learning experience is about to end. Always remember, dear learners, the value of summarizing. It teaches us how to discern important information, eliminate irrelevant information, and integrate them into a single idea. Just like in real life, we should know our priorities, ignore the negativities, and always look into the positive side of life, even how hard it actually is. In the next episode with teacher Almira Sikat, you will learn more about the MELC 2 or the Most Essential Learning Competency 2, which focuses on genre and register-related scores, feature of a reaction paper. If you have concerns about our lesson for today, please feel free to comment down your questions on the Facebook Live and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26, or you may also directly contact your English teacher. Rest assured that we will answer your questions right after this episode, and we are more than happy to respond. Again, this has been your English teacher broadcaster, Sir Jeremiah Gaputan from Victoria National High School, reminding everyone to keep safe while enjoying the rest of the day. Until next time!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM. One FM.
Travel to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at ng DZTZ 828, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Isang malusog at ligtas na hapon, kabataang TarlakHenyo. Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigiliw kong grade 9 ECO learners? Ang aking pagbati at sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan grade 9, Ginang Rizaan M. Kabilangan, magtuturo sa inyo via remote live broadcasting mula dito sa Benigno S. Aquino National High School, Bayan ng Concepcion. Sasamahan at gagabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin, kaugnay sa kahalagahan ng sektor ng agrikultura. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang iilan sa mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating live broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda na ba kayo? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ikatlong linggo sa ika-4 na markahan. Ihanda rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ninyo ang mga mahahalagang impormasyon at konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa kahalagahan ng sektor ng agrikultura. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Magaling! Ating tinalakay ang mga mahalagang konsepto sa sektor ng agrikultura at mga subsektor nito. Ang agrikultura ay isang agham na may direktang kaugnayan sa pagkatas ng mga hilaw na materyales mula sa likas na yaman. Ang sektor na ito ang siyang pangunahing nangangasiwa sa paglinang ng ating likas na yaman upang matugunan ang suliranin sa kakulangan at kakapusan. Lagi nating tatandaan na hahati ang sektor ng agrikultura sa paghahalaman o farming, paghahayupan o livestock, pangingisda o fishery, at paggugubat o forestry. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa na kayo sa ating bagong paksa para sa araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng aralin na ito ay inyong masusuri ang bahaging ginagampanan ng agrikultura, pangingisda, at paggugubat sa ekonomiya. Ito ay nakaangkla sa ating Most Essential Learning Competencies na may code na AP9 MSP-IVC-6. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ika-9 na baitang na nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong hapon, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. facebook.com/rizaan.kabilangan. Tumawag o mag-text sa numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen. 0999-651-8910. Uulitin ko, ang numerong maaari ninyong tawagan ay 0999-651-8910. Sisimulan natin ang pagtalakay sa kahalagahan ng sektor ng agrikultura. Ating susuriin kung ano ang kahalagahan ng sektor na ito sa pang-araw-araw na buhay ng mga Pilipino. Iisa-isahin din natin ang mga suliraning kinakaharap nito at ang mga patakarang pang-ekonomiyang itinataguyod ng pamahalaan upang mapalakas ang sektor. Sama-sama nating unawain ang papel ng agrikultura at ang kaugnayan nito sa matiwasay na pamumuhay ng bawat Pilipino. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksang aralin, ating subukin ang inyong paunang kaalaman sa ating paksa. Ihanda ang inyong papel at ballpen at piliin ang pinakaangkop na sagot sa aking mga katanungan. Maaari din ninyong i-type sa ating comment section ang inyong mga sagot. Handa na ba kayo? Magaling! Unang tanong. Pinagmumulan ng malaking pondo ng pamahalaan ang kita ng agrikultura sa labas ng bansa. Paano ito nakakatulong? Letter A. Nagsusupply ang sektor ng agrikultura ng lakas, paggawa o kapital sa ibang sektor. B. Nagsusupply ito ng pagkain at iba pang pangangailangan ng mga tao at ng mga industriya gaya ng hilaw na materyales. Letter C. Iniluluwas ng mga umuunlad na bansa ang mga produktong agrikultural upang madagdagan ang kita. Or letter D. Uutang sa ibang bansa upang pantustos sa pangangailangang pang-agrikultural na tutulong sa paglago ng ekonomiya. Ang tamang sagot ay letter D. Nagsusupply ito ng pagkain at iba pang pangangailangan ng mga tao at ng mga industriya gaya ng hilaw na materyales. Ikalawang tanong. Ang pag-unlad ng isang bansa ay nakabatay sa kita ng mga sektor ng ekonomiya. Isa sa mga sektor na nagbibigay ng malaking kita ay ang agrikultura. Paano ito mapapanatili upang makapagbigay ito ng sapat na pondo sa bansa? Letter A. Hikayatin ang mga taong magtanim. Letter B. Bigyan ng insentibo gaya ng pataba, binhi, at iba pa ang mga nasa sektor na ito. Letter C. Magkaroon ng agrikultural na mga paaralan. Or letter D. Panatilihin ang kaayusan at kapayapaan sa mga pook rural. Kung ang sagot mo ay letter B, ikaw ay tama. Bigyan ng insentibo gaya ng pataba, binhi, at iba pa ang mga nasa sektor na ito. Ikatlong katanungan. Sa taong 2005 hanggang 2010, naitala ang maliit na ambag ng agrikultura sa ekonomiya ng bansa. Sa kabila ng pagkakaroon natin ng matabang lupain at hitik na anyong tubig. Ano ang ipinahihiwatig nito? Letter A. Kakulangan ng pasilidad at infrastruktura na tutulong sa agrikultura. Letter B. Mas binigyang pansin ng pamahalaan ang ibang sektor. Letter C. Kulang ang suporta na tinatanggap ng mga nasa sektor ng agrikultura. Or letter D. Pinayagang makapasok ang mga banyagang produkto. Letter E. Informal na sektor. Ang tamang kasagutan ay letter A. Kakulangan ng pasilidad at infrastruktura na tutulong sa agrikultura. Ikaapat na tanong. Ang Pilipinas ay tanyag na agrikultural na bansa. Ano ang dapat gawin sa sektor ng agrikultura upang umunlad ito? Letter A. Dagdagan ang pondo ng agrikultural na sektor. B. Ipagmalaki ang mga taong namamahala rito. Letter C. Komprehensibong pamamahagi ng lupa sa mga magsasaka. Or letter D. Iboto ang mga taong may malasakit sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ang tamang sagot ay letter C. Komprehensibong pamamahagi ng lupa sa mga magsasaka. Ikalimang tanong. Kung ikaw ang opisyales ng pamahalaan na nangangalaga sa agrikultura, ano ang iyong gagawin upang maisaayos ang sistemang pang-agrikultural sa bansa? Letter A. Gagawing prioridad ang sektor ng agrikultura na nagbibigay ng malaking kita. Letter B. Popondohan ang nasabing sektor. C. Mag-aaral at tutulong sa mga eksperto kung ano ang gagawin. Or letter D. Hahayaan ang mga dalubhasa na magdesisyon para sa agrikultura ng bansa. Ang tamang sagot ay letter A. Gagawing prioridad ang sektor ng agrikultura na nagbibigay ng malaking kita. Ilan ang inyong mga score? Huwag mag-alala para sa mga hindi naka-perfect score dahil may tsansa pa kayong bumawi sa susunod. Samantala, tayo nang magsimula sa ating talakayan. Halina't simulan natin ang ating aralin tungkol sa kahalagahan ng sektor ng agrikultura. Ang pag-unlad ng isang bansa ay nakabatay sa laki at taas ng kita ng mga sektor ng ekonomiya. Mahalagang mapagtuunan ng pansin ng pamahalaan ang lahat ng sektor, particular ang agrikultura, sapagkat dito nagmumula ang mga pagkain na tumutugon sa pangangailangan ng mga mamamayan. Dahil dito, ang agrikultura ay nararapat na bigyang pansin upang mapalakas at maging katuwang ng pamahalaan sa pagkamit ng kaunlaran ayon sa mga sumusunod na kahalagahan. Una, ang agrikultura ay pangunahing pinagmumulan ng pagkain. Ang lupain ng Pilipinas ay akma sa tamnan ng mga produktong tulad ng palay, mais, tubo, patatas at iba pa. Mayroon ding inaaning mga prutas tulad ng mangga, pinya, kopra at saging. Mainam din ang temperatura dito bilang lokasyon sa pag-aalaga ng mga hayop na ginagamit sa pang-araw-araw na pangangailangan ng mga tao. Mayroong ding sapat na mapagkukunan ng mga pagkain mula sa katubigan. Ang agrikultura ay isang napakahalagang sektor sa bansa dahil ito ang pinagmumulan ng mga pagkain ng mga mamamayan. Pangalawa, pinagkukunan ng material para makabuo ng bagong produkto. Nagmumula sa sektor na ito ang mga hilaw na sangkap sa kagubatan, kabukiran, at karagatan na maaaring gamitin sa produksyon. Halimbawa, ang puno na pinagmumulan ng goma ay gamit para sa paggawa ng gulong. Bulak at halamang mayaman sa hibla para sa tela at sinulid. Kahoy para sa muebles, dahon at ugat para naman sa pagkain, kemikal o gamot. Pangatlo, pinagkukunan ng kitang panlabas. Isang mahalagang pinagkukunan ng dolyar ng Pilipinas ay mula sa mga produktong agrikultural na naibebenta sa mga pandaigdigang pamilihan. Kabilang sa mga iniluluwas ng bansa na pinagmumulan ng dolyar ang kopra, hipon, prutas, abaka, at iba pang hilaw na sangkap na ginagamit sa pagbuo ng iba't ibang produkto. Pang-apat, nagbibigay ng trabaho sa mga Pilipino. Ayon sa PSA o Philippine Statistics Office para sa taong January 2019, 22.1% na mas mababa kaysa sa nakalipas na taon na mayroong 26% ng mga Pilipinong nagtatrabaho ay nakabilang sa sektor ng agrikultura. Panglima, pinagkukunan ng sobrang manggagawa mula sa sektor agrikultural patungo sa sektor ng industriya at paglilingkod. Sa patuloy na pag-unlad ng teknolohiya na ginagamit sa agrikultura at sa patuloy na pagliit ng mga lupain para sa mga pagtatanim dahil sa populasyon, ang mga sobrang manggagawa ay pinakikinabangan ng sektor ng industriya at paglilingkod batay sa laki ng demand sa mga ito. Sa pangkalahatan, ipinakikita nito na ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isang mahalagang tagapagtaguyod ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Katuwang nito ang pamahalaan sa pagpapalakas at pagtugon sa mga pangunahing pangangailangan ng mamamayan, mula sa mga pagkain hanggang sa mga sangkap ng produksyon. Ang kasiguraduhang sapat ang kalakasang pisikal at kasaganaan sa bawat tahanan ay maaaring may positibong epekto sa isang bansa. Samantala, kung hihigit sa pangangailangan ng bayan ang manggagawa, maaari itong maging mga produkto na ikakalakal sa labas ng bansa. Sa ngayon, ang sektor ay magiging isang matibay na sandigan ng bayan upang makamit ang inaasam na kaunlaran. At dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa kahalagahan ng sektor ng agrikultura. Pero, para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling pagsusulit. Ihanda lamang ang inyong ballpen at satutang papel. Isulat niyo lamang ang PM kung ang tinutukoy na pahayag ay pinakamainam. At DM naman kung ang pahayag ay di mainam. Babasahin ko ang bawat pahayag ng 2 beses. Handa na ba kayo? Tara, simulan na natin. Number 1. Pagbibigay ng suporta sa manggagawa ng agrikultura. Pagbibigay ng suporta sa manggagawa ng agrikultura. Kung ang iyong sagot ay PM, Tama ka dyan. Ikalawa, pagpapataw ng mataas na buwis sa sektor ng agrikultura. Pagpapataw ng mataas na buwis sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ang tamang sagot ay DM. Number 3. Pagpapayaman sa ating karagatan at kagubatan. Pagpapayaman sa ating karagatan at kagubatan. Kung ang sinulat mo ay PM, ikaw ay magaling. Number 4. Prioridad ang pangangailangan ng lokal na pamilihan sa mga produktong agrikultural. Prioridad ang pangangailangan ng lokal na pamilihan sa mga produktong agrikultural. Ang sagot mo ba ay PM? Napakahusay mo. Number 5. Pagbabawas ng lupain para sa pagsasaka. Pagbabawas ng lupain para sa pagsasaka. Kung ang sagot mo ay DM, ikaw ay correct ulit. Sa ating susunod na talakayan, aalamin natin ang mga suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ngunit bago yon, sagutin ang gawain sa pahina 12 ng inyong module na may pamagat na Concept Web at sagutin ang mga nakahandang katanungan. Nasa ibaba din ng ilustrasyon ang rubric upang kayo ay magabayan sa inyong gagawing pagpapaliwanag. Maaari ninyong kunan ng larawan gamit ang inyong cellphone, ang inyong gawain at isumite ito sa Facebook Messenger ng inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan. Sa mga walang access sa internet, maaaring ipasa ang inyong ginawang activity sa inyong paaralan sa itatakdang pagsauli at pagkuha ng module. Bago tayo magtapos sa ating episode ngayong hapon, ay ating panuorin ang awit ng ating mga bayaning magsasaka mula sa komposisyon ng duo na Buklod.
Gabi aking minamasdan, binhing itinanim sa mumunti kong bukiran. Umaawi ang aking damdamin, ngumingiting palay, malapit ko ng ani. Tulungan kami, sana'y tangkilikin, tayong lahat alay namin bilhin. Bawat butil, dugot, pawis, alay namin, ang dalangin ko naway inyong dinggin. Pasan namin pagkain ng daigdig, magsasakang api, hindi nyo ba naririnig? Buhay namin di tulad sa iba, paraisong bukid ang tangi naming ginawa. Patuloy ako di magpapatinag, kapit kamay, kaming magsasaka. Bigyan kami ng kahit konting pag-asa, ang pangarap ko'y aning masagana. Tulungan kami, sana'y tangkilikin, tayong lahat palay namin bilhin. Bawat butil, magsasaka. Bigyan kami ng kahit konting pag-asa. Ang pangarap ko'y aming masagana.
Inaasahan ko na kayo natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginang Rizaan M. Kabilangan, na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Sektor ng agrikultura, bigyang pansin, pagyamanin, pangalagaan at protektahan. Hanggang sa muli!
Kabahagi mo
Radyo Pilipino.
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo.
Kabahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiofilipino.com.
RadioFilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy.
Kabahagi mo.
Kabahagi mo. Radio Filipino. Radio Filipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
1 FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. 1 FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. 1 FM. 1 FM. Your only one FM. 1 FM. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air
And online.
kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air, mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia, sa gabay at tanong. Sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air
And online.
kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on Air.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good afternoon, learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Francis B. Milagrito, your teacher broadcaster for TLE Grade 9. How are you, my dear learners? I hope that you are all safe and doing well and ready to another experience. Join me today and let us explore and learn new things in TLE Cookery. Today, we will focus our discussion on the area of home economics cookery, specifically on preparing desserts. This time, I want you to prepare your compendium of notes in cookery, as well as your pen and notebook. Be in a place where you are comfortable watching or listening. And don't forget to take down notes as we go along with the lesson. Today, we will focus our discussion on how to prepare desserts. At the end of the lesson, you are expected to identify the different classifications of desserts, preparing desserts, and appreciate the importance of desserts in our daily meal. Before we begin, let us have a short review on our previous topic. Last time, we discussed about the tools, utensils, and equipment used in preparing desserts. We have also learned how to use each tool and equipment properly. Do you still remember those tools and equipment? Great! Let us name some of them by having a simple exercise. I will give you scrambled words, and what you need to do is arrange these words to form a words that is being described by the given statement and its picture. You will be given 5 seconds to give me the correct answers. Let's begin. Number 1. It is a hollow dish where ingredients for baking are mixed. Very good. The correct answer is mixing bowl. Number 2. It is a kitchen tool used for applying gentle heat on the stove top. It is useful for delicate tasks like making hollandaise sauce, melting chocolate, and custard. Very good. The correct answer is double boiler. Number 3. It is a cutting device for ingredients like scissors. If your answer is kitchen shear, that is correct. Number 4. It is a rubber or silicone tools to blend or scrape the food from the bowl. You are correct. The answer is rubber scraper. And number 5, it is a tool used for stirring sauces and for mixing ingredients in cooking. Very good. The answer is wooden spoon. Congratulations! You did a great job. And now, my dear learners, let us start our new lesson on how to prepare desserts. Are you ready to learn how to prepare dessert? Great! Let us now begin by defining what dessert is. Dessert is usually sweet course or dish. It is served at the end of the meal. Their presence on the menu makes us feel satisfied after a meal and compensates for low blood pressure. The desire to improve your mood by ingesting sugar can also be a factor. Sweet snacks increase our production of the so-called hormone of happiness. Your habits also play an important role. Now, let us classify the different types of desserts and their characteristics. The first classification of dessert is the fruit. It is the simplest dessert and considered one of the best desserts. Fruits are nutritious, appetizing, and easy to prepare and serve. The easiest way to make your dessert healthier is to incorporate fruit. By adding fruit, you also add more nutrients to the dessert, which makes it healthier, and since fruit has natural sugar, it has a sweet taste just like a dessert normally does. And here are the characteristics of a good fruit dessert. First, it has appetizing aroma, clean washed appearance, slightly chilled, and most of all, simple. The second classification of dessert is cheese. It is another excellent dessert that is ready to serve. It is made in all parts of the world from a variety of milk from cow, goat, and sheep. Cheese differs depending on the kind of milk used, the kinds of cheese-making procedures. The seasonings and the ripening processes also distinguish its variety. There are 3 general types of cheese based on consistency. The first is soft cheese, which has unripened cheese and ripened by bacteria. Second is the semi-hard cheese, which is ripened by mold and bacteria. And the last type of cheese is the hard cheese with cast holes and without cast holes. Next is the gelatin dessert. Gelatin is a protein acquired by boiling skin, tendons, ligaments, and or bones with water. It is frequently getting from cows or pigs. Gelatin is not vegan, though there is a product called agar-agar that is occasionally marketed as gelatin. However, it is vegan. It is derived from a kind of seaweed. Gelatin is marketed in 2 forms. First, the unsweetened granular type that must be softened in water before use. Second is the fruit gelatin, to which flavor, color, and sugar have already been added. Custard is another classification of dessert. It is culinary preparation made by blending eggs with milk or cream. It is thickened by the coagulation of the egg proteins, which is achieved by gently heating the custard in some way. There are two types of custard, the baked custard and the soft custard. Baked custard is not stirred during the baking process, thus giving a more solid texture. Baked custard contains whole eggs, which causes the dish to solidify to a gel, flan, or creme caramel. The characteristics of baked custard are the following: firmness of shape, smooth, tender texture, rich and creamy consistency, and excellent flavor. Soft custard is also known as stirred custard. It is stirred while being cooked over low heat or in a double boiler to a smooth, creamy, and thickened fluid consistency. The recipe is then refrigerated, where it will continue to thicken more. The characteristics of soft custard are the following: velvety smooth texture, rich flavor, and it has pudding consistency of heavy creams. Another classification of dessert is pudding. It is a type of food that can be both a dessert and a savory dish. The term pudding is said to come from the French word boudin, originally from the Latin butillus, which means small sausage, referring to covered meats used in medieval European puddings. The original pudding was prepared by combination of assorted ingredients with a grain product, or another binder such as butter, flour, cereal, and eggs, resulting into a solid mass. It's usually baked and steamed. And here are the characteristics of pudding. It is a sweet milk-based dessert, relatively simple to prepare and vary with sauces. It has attractive appearance, excellent consistency, well-blended flavor, firmness of shape, and an accompanying sauce to add interest. Puddings are classified as cornstarch pudding or blancmange, rice pudding, and the bread pudding. Next is the fruit cobblers. Fruit cobblers are fruit dessert baked with biscuit-style topping. It is called a cobbler because its top crust is not smooth, like a pie crust, but rather cobbled and coarse. It is usually dropped or spooned over the fruit, then baked. And the last classification is the frozen dessert. It is a dessert made by freezing liquids, semi-solids, and sometimes even solids. It is usually made from fruit juices, cream, milk, sugar, and flavoring. There are different types of frozen desserts. First is the ice cream. It is typically prepared from a dairy products like milk and cream and frequently mixes together with fruits or other ingredients and flavors. It is naturally sweetened by sucrose, corn syrup, and other sweeteners. Usually, flavorings and coloring are added in addition to stabilizers. It contains almost 50% of milk or cream. The second type is the sherbet. It is made from fruit juice or fruit puree, water, and sugar. It contains a maximum of 2% cream or milk. American sherbet contains milk and cream, and sometimes egg white. The egg white increases smoothness and volume. Ice contains only fruit juice, water, sugar, and sometimes egg white. And the third type is the sorbet. Sorbet, it is a frozen dessert which is also called Italian ice or water ice. It is made from sugar-sweetened water with flavoring, typically fruit juice, fruit puree, wine, liquor, or honey. Generally, sorbets do not contain dairy ingredients. Now, let me ask you, can you give me an example of health benefits that can get from dessert? Yes, that's right. We can get different health benefits from desserts like nutrients. It improves our weight control. It increases our production of the so-called hormone of happiness. And it compensates low blood sugar. And now, my dear learners, for you to understand better on how to prepare dessert, we are going to make a delicious banana pudding. Are you excited? Okay, but before that, let us find out what is banana pudding. Banana pudding is a type of traditional pudding made from banana slices mixed with custard. Now, are you ready? Let us begin. First thing to do is prepare all the utensils, equipment, and materials needed in preparing banana pudding. Make sure that the working area is clean and sanitized. Let us now watch the video of preparing banana custard. Okay, I know that all of you are mouth-watering for our banana custard. And now, my dear learners, kindly get a piece of paper and pen. Let us find out if you really learned our lesson this afternoon. This is a multiple choice quiz. All you have to do is to select the correct answer by writing the letter of your choice on a clean sheet of paper. I will read the questions. You will be given 3 seconds to answer each question. Are you ready? Let's begin. Number 1, it is the simplest and one of the best dessert. It is nutritious, appetizing, and easy to prepare and serve. A. Fruits. B. Cheese. C. Puddings. Number 2, a type of frozen dessert which contains almost 50% of milk or cream. A. Sherbet. B. Ice cream. C. Sorbet. It is characteristically denotes a sweet milk-based dessert similar in consistency to egg-based custard or mousse. A. Fruit cobblers. B. Gelatin dessert. C. Pudding. Number 4, which type of custard is not stirred during the baking process, thus giving a more solid texture? A. Baked custard. B. Hard custard. C. Soft custard. And number 5, it is another excellent dessert that is ready to serve. It is made up of milk from cow, goat, and sheep. A. Cheese. B. Pudding. C. Custard. Now, let us check your answer. Here are the answers. For number 1, the correct answer is A. Fruits. Number 2, B. Ice cream. Number 3, C. Pudding. Number 4, A. Baked custard. And for number 5, A. Cheese. Okay, count the number of the correct answers. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations! You did a great job. For those who got 3 and 4, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, please study harder, read more, and refer to your compendium of notes. For your performance task, I want you to watch a video presentation on how to prepare a chocolate mousse. Make a narrative report about what you have learned in the presentation. Be guided by the following questions. Number 1, what is the video presentation all about? Number 2, how are the ingredients, materials prepared in the presentation? And number 3, why is it important in following procedures and techniques during the preparation? Alright, that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed and learned our on-the-air live discussion. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station. I would like to end up by saying, in TLE, we aim for knowledge, skills, and progress. I am Francis B. Miligrito, your teacher broadcaster for TLE Grade 9. Until next time, bye!
kabahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipino.
Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo.
Kabahagi mo.
Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiofilipino.com.
RadyoFilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy.
Kabahagi mo.
Kabahagi mo. Radio Filipino. Radio Filipino. One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast Asian na nakasungkit ng Olympic medal sa swimming division. Tungong Pidig, Ilocos Norte, nagsimula siyang sumali sa mga paligsahan noong 1921 at nakaipon ng halos 100 medals. Noong World War II, nakipaglaban din siya sa mga Hapon at nakaligtas sa Bataan Death March. Ngunit binawian siya ng buhay sa Capas Concentration Camp at hindi na muli natagpuan ang mga labi nito. Alam niyo na, yan ang first Filipino Olympic medalist.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air
and online.
Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air
and online.
Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radio Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26,
At sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
Mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Good day to our listeners and viewers. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. We are also seen live at Converge Cable Channel 100. Hello everyone, welcome to another journey of learning. I am teacher Jasmine G. Kapun, and I'm honored to be your teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 9. Broadcasting live from Santa Ines Central, Santa Ignacia, Tarlac. Our episode for today is for Grade 9 Arts. So I'm asking our dear Grade 9 students to search for a spot where you can answer your learning activity sheets safely and comfortably. Get ready, Grade 9 students. Get your pen, lecture notebook, and activity sheets. And let's start our discussion. At the end of the module, you are expected to first know the romantic composers and identify the different Western classical plays and opera. But before we start, let us have a recap of what Ma'am Hazel discussed to you last Tuesday. For those who are tuned in to DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac, have with you your 2 P's, a pen and a paper for you to write your answer. And for those who are watching live on RTV Channel 26, write your answers on the comment box. I hope you got the instruction right. For our review activity, this is called a fact or a bluff. I have prepared 3 questions about history of theatrical forms and their evolutions. If the statement is correct, the answer is fact. If it is not correct, so the answer is bluff. Are you all set? Okay, let's begin. For number 1, in Greece, tragedy was the most admired type of play. Is it a fact or a bluff? Very good. The answer is fact. The theater of ancient Greece consisted of 3 types of drama: tragedy, comedy, and the satyr play. Tragedy was the most admired type of play. For number 2, comedy plays were not popular in the Roman theater from 350 to 250 BC, and women were not allowed to perform on stage. Is it a fact or a bluff? Great! The answer is bluff. Comedy plays were popular in the Roman theater and women were allowed to perform on stage. For last number, the theater of the Baroque period is marked by the use of technology in current Broadways or commercial plays. Is it a fact or a bluff? Very good. It is a fact. The use of theatrical technologies in the Baroque period may be seen in the films Fadel and Farinelli and in the different stage productions of Orpheus by Claudio Monteverdi. Well done, learners! you were able to recall your previous lessons. So this time, let us continue our lesson. Are you ready? Let's get started and talk about Greek classical play, Oedipus Rex, Renaissance play or opera, Romeo and Juliet, and romantic opera, we have Carmen. Let's start with Greek classical play. Let's have another activity. In a piece of paper, I want you to arrange the following jumbled letters to answer the question. Ready? Okay, for number 1, an ancient Greek tragedian. If your answer is Sophocles, you got it right. Sophocles is an ancient Greek tragedian. For number 2, it is a contemporary playwright. If your answer is Aeschylus and Euripides, great! Sophocles' contemporary playwrights were Aeschylus and Euripides. Sophocles wrote 123 plays, but only 7 have survived in a complete form. These are Ajax, Antigone, The Women of Trachis, Oedipus the King, Electra, Philoctetes, Oedipus at Colonus. For number 3, famous tragedies of Sophocles. If your answer is Oedipus Rex and Antigone, great! That's correct. The most famous tragedies of Sophocles were Oedipus Rex and Antigone. They were known as the Theban plays, although each play was actually part of a different tetralogy. Now, let's talk about the Oedipus Rex, Sophocles' playwright. For the main characters, we have Oedipus, the king of Thebes, Creon, Oedipus' brother-in-law, Eurydice, Creon's wife, Apollo, god of oracle of Delphi, King Laius, father of Oedipus, Jocasta, mother and wife of Oedipus, Polynices and Eteocles, sons of Oedipus, Tiresias, the blind prophet, Polybus, Oedipus' foster father. We have Mero, Oedipus' foster mother, Antigone and Ismene, the daughters of Oedipus, Hymen, Antigone's lover, and last, Sphinx, the half-human, half-lion that symbolizes blood and misfortune. Now, let's proceed to the theatrical elements of Oedipus Rex. For genre, we have tragedy, number of characters per play, 1 to 3 characters only, but they can portray other characters. We have chorus, consists of 12 members, all of whom were identical mass, since they were supposed to be like mind and opinion. Mass, the use of mass acts to advance the universality of the themes and dramatic impact of events, and to keep the audience from being distracted by the actual physical attributes of the actor. We have here Oedipus, a gold mask with exaggerated deep empty eye sockets, Antigone and Ismene, white face, dark under the eyes and sad looking. Creon, brother-in-law of Oedipus, mad or angry facial expression with frown. Now for gesture and movement. Facial expression was of no importance to Greek actors, since there were always masks. Music. Sophocles also used the chorus at the beginning of the play to help tell the audience the given circumstances of the play. Choruses did a lot of lamenting of terrible events. For staging, the Pantheon's facade has the design of Ionic order columns with cornice and moldings on the top. and elevated by staff are 5-step risers at the center and has a platform in front near the audience. Costume. Men wore loose floor-length poncho with plaited shoulder, while females wore draped robes. Now let's proceed to Renaissance. We have here Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. But who is William Shakespeare? Shakespeare was born and baptized on April 26, 1564, and died on April 23, 1616. Shakespeare was born and brought up in Stratford-upon-Avon. He was an English poet and playwright, widely known as the greatest writer in English language and the world's dramatist. He's been also known as the Bard of Avon. His existing works consist about 38 plays, 154 sonnets, and 2 long narrative poems. He appears to have retired to Stratford-upon around 1613 at the age of 49, where he died 3 years later. With the exemption of Romeo and Juliet, Shakespeare's most famous tragedy and one of the world's most enduring love stories. Now, let's talk about the theatrical elements of Romeo and Juliet. Staging. The stage itself was divided into 3 levels. A main stage area with doors at the rear and a curtained area at the back for discovery scenes. An upper canopied area called heaven for balcony scenes. And an area under the stage called hell, which could be accessed through trapdoor in the stage. The performance during Renaissance period took place during the day, and the open-plan theater allowed for the use of natural light. Since there could be no dramatic lighting and there was an art direction, or what we call scenery and props, audiences relied on the actors' lines, dialogue, movements, and stage directions to tell the time of day and year, same as the location, the mood, and the weather. Props. Props in display may be vary depending on the scene or act the learners are going to perform. Here are the list of props one may use for the play. For the characters of Romeo and Juliet, we have first the Montagues family. Romeo, sole heir to the Montague fortune. Lord Montague, Romeo's father. Lady Montague, Romeo's mother. Benvolio, Romeo's cousin. We have Balthasar, Romeo's faithful servant, and Abraham, Montague's servant. For the Capulets family, we have Juliet, the sole heir to the Capulet fortune. Lord Capulet, Juliet's father. Lady Capulet, Juliet's mother. Tybalt, Juliet's cousin. The nurse, Juliet's faithful nurse. Peter, Capulet's servant. Samson, Capulet's servant, and Gregory, Capulet's servant. For the other characters, we have Friar Lawrence, friend and advisor of Romeo and Juliet. Mercutio, Romeo's best friend. Prince or Princess Kingsman. Prince Escalus, we have Prince of Verona. Paris, loves Juliet. Rosalind, Romeo's first love, who never actually appears in the play. Friar John, Friar Lawrence's friend and apothecary, Romeo's acquaintance in Mantua. For the costumes, the costumes are based on the style and design of dresses worn during the Renaissance period. Before we proceed to the romantic opera, let's do this activity to check if you understand the topic we discussed about Renaissance play or opera. I know you are all excited, so let's start. The title of this activity is Pick Me. You have to choose the letter of the correct answer in just 3 seconds time. Okay, let's start. For number 1. Romeo and Juliet was created during blank. A. Ancient period. B. Baroque period. C. Renaissance period. Or D. Romantic period. Write your answer in 3, 2, 1. If your answer is letter C, Renaissance period, then you got it. For number 2. Romeo and Juliet tragedy was written by blank. A. Christopher Marlowe. B. Georges Bizet. C. Victor Hugo. Or D. William Shakespeare. Write your answer in 3, 2, 1. If your answer is letter D, William Shakespeare, then you are correct. For number 3. He is the cousin of Juliet. A. Tybalt. B. Romeo. C. Benvolio. Or D. Mercutio. Write your answer in 3, 2, 1. If your answer is letter A, Tybalt, you got it. For number 4. She is the first love of Romeo. A. Juliet. B. Rosalind. C. Nurse. Or D. Caroline. If your answer is letter B, Rosalind, very good. Her last number. She is the only daughter of Lord Capulet. Letter A, Juliet. Letter B, Rosalind. Letter C, Nurse. Or letter D, Caroline. Write your answer in 3, 2, 1. If your answer is letter A, Juliet, you got it. Very good. Job well done, learners. Now let's continue to the Romantic period. Georges Bizet, composer and arranger. Bizet was born on October 25, 1838, died on June 3, 1875, Paris. Bizet was the only child of Adolphe Armand Bizet, formerly a hairdresser and later became a singer and composer, and Amy Marie Louis Leopoldine Josephine del Sorte, a pianist. He entered the Paris Conservatory of Music a fortnight before his 10th birthday. His first symphony, the Symphony in C major, was written when he was 17 years old. The symphony had an amazing stylistic resemblance to the music of Franz Schubert. This French composer was a pianist and best known for his operas. Carmen is the most popular among his works. Bizet composed the title role for a mezzo-soprano in the character of Carmen. The opera tells the story of the downfall of Don Jose, a naive soldier who is seduced by the charms of the sizzling gypsy Carmen. His contemporary composers during the Romantic period were Franz Liszt, Richard Wagner, Frédéric Chopin, Ludwig van Beethoven, Franz Schubert, Felix Mendelssohn, and Hector Berlioz. Let's proceed to the theatrical elements of Carmen. The setting of Carmen takes place in Seville, Spain during the mid-19th century. For the main characters of Carmen, we have, of course, Carmen, Don Jose, El Belcario, Escamillo, Francisquita, Mercedes, Micaela, Morales, and Zuniga. Next, we have a brief history of Carmen. The opera Carmen is one of the world's most popular operas. It was first performed at the Opera Comique in Paris, in France on March 3, 1875. The opera was in 4 acts with music written by the French composer Georges Bizet. the libretto written by Henry Melak and Ludovic Halevy, was based on a novel of the same title, Prosper Mérimée. The story is set in Seville, Spain, and the surrounding hills in 1820. The opera, written in the genre of opera comic, with musical numbers separated by dialogue, tells the story of the downfall of Don Jose, a naive soldier who is seduced by the charms of the flaming gypsy Carmen. No man could resist Carmen's charms, and when she was ready to move on, watch out! The opera is a fascinating drama of love and jealousy, filled with famously alluring melodies and captivating dancing. The story has been the subject of many screens in the stage adaptation. Let us take a closer look at the costumes used in Carmen. There you have it, my dear learners. You have come to know the different Western classical plays and opera. You are now ready for your assessment activity. This activity is true or false. You can write your answer on the live chat or in a clear sheet of paper and send it to your MAPI teacher. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. True or false? Write true if the statement is correct and false if it is incorrect. For number 1, the most famous tragedies of Sophocles were Oedipus Rex and Romeo and Juliet. For number 2, facial expression was of no importance to Greek actors since they were always wear masks. For number 3, William Shakespeare was born and baptized on April 26, 1564, and died on April 23, 1616. Last 2, for number 4, Sophocles is an ancient Greek tragedy. Number 5, Georges Bizet known opera is Oedipus Rex. Yes, this is it. Let's now check your answers. For number 1, the answer is false. For number 2, the answer is true. For number 3, true. For number 4, of course true. For number 5, false. Okay, count the number of correct answers. I hope you got it all right. For those who got 4 to 5, very good. Congratulations. You did very well. For those who got 2 to 3, good. And for those who got 1, needs improvement but do not lose hope. Keep trying. So with that, I would like to say thank you for your time in listening to our discussion for today. If you have questions and clarifications about our lesson, you may send your questions through my messenger or to your MAPI teacher. Keep updated in DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac for the next airing of our lesson. I hope you learned and enjoyed our lesson. Keep in mind that some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. By William Shakespeare. I am Jasmine G. Kapun, your Arts Night anchor teacher for today. Until next time, and keep safe, everyone.
Bahagi mo
Radyo Pilipino.
saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DY DYRB 540. Cebu, DYRL 1035. Bacolod, DYRL 1134. Dumaguete, DXCO 1044. Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765. General Santo, DXOC 1494. Ozami, DXOW 981. Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center, Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino. Napapakinggan on air, and online, sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiofilipino.com.
RadioFilipino.com.
Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radio Filipino. Radio Filipino.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. Your only one FM.
Ang ASEAN-New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air
And online.
kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air, mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia, sa gabay at tanong. Sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air
And online.
Kasama si Professor Willie Perez tuwing Sabado alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on Air!
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Alright, so magandang afternoon po sa ating lahat. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Arthur Gomez Soto, your nurse broadcaster for today's special episode for Health Hour. Muli, isang mapagpalang hapon po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood. Napaka-special po ng araw na ito dahil malalaman natin ang tamang impormasyon tungkol sa second booster dose ng COVID-19 vaccination. At syempre, napakapaalad po nating lahat dahil andito na po ang isa sa mga school nurse ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon sa ating probinsya ng Tarlac, walang iba kung hindi si Nurse Jennifer Ong. Nurse Jen, magandang hapon po.
Yes, magandang hapon naman, Nurse Arthur. And syempre, bago ako magsimula ng aking discussion, gusto ko lamang batiin ang ating School Division Superintendent, Dr. Rolando Pozon, ang ating Assistant School Division Superintendents, Dr. Armando Capili and Dr. Maria Selena Vega, ang ating Chief Educator Supervisors, Dr. Paulino Depano and Dr. Noel Insao, ang ating Medical Officer 3, Dr. Marilen Manalo, Public School District Supervisors, ang ating District Education Program Specialists, Division School Office Unit Heads, ang ating Senior Education Program Specialists, ang ating school heads, teaching and non-teaching personnel, at sa lahat po ng nanonood at nakikinig ngayong hapon na ito, isang maganda at malusog na hapon po sa ating lahat. Muli ako po si Jennifer Ong, DEPED nurse po ng ating probinsya ng Tarlac. Nandito po ako para magbigay ng updated at tamang information regarding sa COVID-19 vaccination. Alam mo, Nurse Arthur, no, parang kailan lang nung nagbigay tayo ng orientation about pediatric vaccination using this platform also. Nalala mo ba yun, Nurse Arthur?
Oo, Nurse Jen, no? Parang it was February or March when we had or shared our knowledge and even our wisdom with regards to the orientation on pediatric vaccinations age 5 to 11. At right now, meron ka bagong isi-share, Nurse Jen, about dun sa ating COVID-19 vaccinations. And I guess, ang ating mga kapwa Pilipino ay very excited na with this one.
Siyempre, hindi naman pwedeng wala akong bago na ibigay na information sa ating mga nanonood at tagapakinig. So, siyempre, alam mo ba, Sir Nurse Arthur, na simula na nagkaroon ng COVID-19 National Vaccination Program sa ating bansa, hindi naman makakailan na unti-unti pong nabawasan ang mga kaso ng COVID-19 infections dito sa ating bansang Pilipinas. Ito ay maliban pa sa pagsunod natin sa minimum public health standard at ito ay dahil na din sa malawakan at maigting na bakunahan sa COVID-19 vaccine. Mas bumaba na din ang mga kaso ng severe COVID-19 infection at bilang ng namamatay ng dahil sa sakit ito. Ngunit, naglabas ng public advisory ang Department of Health noong May 21, 2022 tungkol sa pag-detect ng variants of concerns natin, which is yung Omicron, BA, BA.4. Ito kasi yung type ng variants of concern na talagang mabilis makahawa sa ating mga mamamayan. And syempre, unti-unti na nagbubukas ang ating mga pampublikong establishments at syempre, ang pagkonsidera na rin natin sa current vaccine supplies natin, mga lumalabas sa mga aral, ebidensya, projections, at iba pang important factors sa bakunahan natin sa ating bansa, nirekomenda ng ating mga eksperto, katulad na nabanggit mo, na magkaroon ng pangalawang booster siya sa piling target population sa ating bansa sa ngayon. So nakikita natin sa ating screen ngayon kung ano yung nationwide cases data natin. So ito lang, tandaan po natin na hanggang ngayon nasa public health emergency pa rin po tayo dahil sa current 19 pandemic. Kaya ito talaga yung rason kung bakit natin tayong mga health workers ay patuloy na nag-encourage at pinopromote talaga ang pagbabakuna laban sa COVID-19.
Ayan, so Nurse Jen, no, and also dun sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood po, no, araw-araw po, no, thank you very much, Nurse Jen, for reminding us na talaga namang patuloy na nag-i-increase yung ating mga kaso, no, patuloy. So ibig sabihin po, hindi pa po tayo talagang lubos o talagang lumalaban pa din po tayo dun sa ating COVID-19. Tama ba ako, Nurse Jen?
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. So, hindi pa tapos ang ating laban. At syempre, gusto ko rin i-take yung opportunity na ito na sabihin na ang COVID-19 vaccine, katulad ng ibang bakuna, ay nagbibigay ng additional protection. Pero ang COVID-19 vaccine ay nagbibigay ng additional protection against COVID-19 infection. Ito napatunay na po sa ating mga pag-aaral, sa ating mga ebidensya na nakalap po sa iba-ibang panig ng mundo, na pag ikaw ay nabakunahan, at unfortunately nagkaroon ka ng COVID-19 infection na naka-acquire ka, it's either wala kang mararamdaman or mild symptoms lang at nape-prevent talaga ang severe infection na pwedeng mag-cause ng kamatayan. And syempre, dahil din sa COVID-19 vaccine, hindi naman talaga natin makakailan na nakatulong to para unti-unti ay bumalik tayo sa normal activities. Gusto ko lang sabihin pala na alam niyo ba na 100% na po yung implementation natin ng limited face-to-face sa ating mga public schools. Alam mo ba yun, Nurse Arthur?
Oo, Nurse Jen nga, no, parang since last month ay nagkaroon na tayo ng mga validations dun sa different perspective or dun sa ating different district ng mga public schools. And I guess by next week, magsisimula naman po ang ating mga nasa higher ups na kung saan i-validate naman yung mga private schools for the eventual expansion for face-to-face in preparation for next school year.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Arthur. Kaya nga, dahil din sa COVID-19 vaccine, matutulungan natin talagang ma-reduce yung transmission talaga ng COVID-19 infection. And of course, gusto ko lang syempre maalis yung agam-agam ng ating mga viewers and ating mga tagapagpakinig na ang COVID-19 vaccine ay safe and effective. Bakit ko nasabing safe and effective siya? Dahil meron po tayong grupo ng mga eksperto na meron pong pag-aaral na ginagawa bago nagbibigay ng recommendation sa ating pamahalaan kung pwede po bang i-go or implement yung pagbabakuna sa isang specific na target group, which is sila yung Vaccine Expert Panel, ang ating Philippine FDA, ang Health Technology Assessment Council, ang National Immunization Technical Advisory Group, and yung National Adverse Event Following Immunization Committee.
Ayan, nung pinresent mo ngayon, no, dun sa ating screen right now, Nurse Jen, bigla ko naalala yung dun sa ating orientations on pediatric vaccinations na kung saan yan, yun dun sa ating process kung paano ba nagkakaroon or paano ba ini-implement yung ating COVID-19 vaccines, no. And ngayon, dahil may bago tayong ibibigay na second booster sa ating mga target populations at ito na naman siya, no, pinakita na naman ng ating government kung paano po ba nagkakaroon ng process with regards to giving COVID-19 vaccinations or vaccines sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino.
Tama ka, dahil patunay lamang ito na hindi basta-basta ang implementation ng isang sa National Vaccination Program for COVID-19. Pinag-isipan talaga itong mabuti at hindi porket na binigay agad itong bakuna ito ay hindi natin masasabi hindi siya safe and effective. Kailangan lang talaga siyang ibigay sa ngayon dahil hindi natin makapaghintay na talagang hindi maibigay sa ating kapwa Pilipino. Pero dahil meron tayong grupo ng mga eksperto, minimake sure natin na safe and effective pa rin ang pagtanggap ng bakuna sa ating mga target recipients. Ito nga pala yung mga portfolio approach natin sa ating vaccination. Dahil sa mga ekspertong yun, sa ating mga adults na 18 years old and above, ito yung mga bakuna na pwede lang ma-receive or yung mga naresita nila, which is yung Sinovac, AstraZeneca, Moderna, Novavax, J&J, ang ating Sputnik, and Pfizer. And of course, sa ating next age group is nagkaroon din tayo sa 12 to 17, which is yung mRNA-based vaccines natin, which is yung Moderna and yung Pfizer. And nag-start din po atang vaccination natin, which is yung diniscuss rin natin doon, is yung ating pediatric vaccination for ages 5 to 11 years old. Pero ang binigay dito is Pfizer, pero mas smaller dosage ang binibigay sa ating mga pediatric. Naalala mo ba to? Nurse Arthur, mag-discuss natin to?
Oo, Nurse Jen, no? Yung na kung saan yung binibigay natin na 0.2 ml having 3 weeks interval, no, for 2 doses for age 5 to 11. Ayan, Nurse Jen.
Tama ka. Tsaka gusto ko lang pong i-reiterate, no, patuloy pa rin po ang pagbibigay ng bakuna ng libre at safe sa ating kanya-kanyang vaccination site. Kasama na rin po dito yung booster shot, the first booster shot, na open po sa 18 years old and above. And of course, nabanggit mo kanina nung introduction, no, Nurse Arthur, na yes, meron po tayong second booster na ini-implement na po currently, na open po sa ating senior citizens 60 years old and above, ang ating immunocompromised population, and ang ating frontline healthcare workers age 18 years old and above. So, etong implementation na to, ano ba yung naging basis ng pag-implement nito? So, ang ating Philippine Food and Drug Administration ay naglabas ng issuance noong April 13, 2022. Nakasaad dito na yung additional booster o yung second booster na ibibigay ay shall not be limited to the following applied vaccines na binigyan ng emergency use authorization. Sila yung Pfizer, Moderna, Sinovac, Sinopharm, AstraZeneca, Sputnik, and yung Janssen. Sabi nga dito, ang recipients na makaka-receive ng second booster is yung ating senior citizen, ang ating immunocompromised population, and frontline healthcare workers. Dito, sila din na ang magiging interval niya from the first booster niya or for the last vaccine niya is at least 4 months after the third dose or the first dose. Yung sabihin ay pagitan. Pero pag yung moderately and severely immunocompromised naman yung patients natin, pwedeng mas maaga nila mag-receive yung additional booster dose, which is at least 3 months or depende po sa sasabihin ng ang kanilang attending physician. Pero kahit nagkaroon po tayo ng ganong issuance from FDA, naglabas din naman po ang ating isa sa mga grupo ng mga eksperto, ang ating Health Technology Assessment Council, noong April 21, 2022. Dito sinaad na, kasi yung Health Technology Assessment Council, sila yung grupo ng mga eksperto na nagtitingin kung ano yung pinaka-cost-effective, ibig sabihin ang pinaka-epektibo, pero yung pinaka-sulit na bibilhin ng ating bansa para sa implementation ng second booster. Dito nga, nakalap nila yung mga ebidensya na sa ating mga mRNA vaccine, which is yung Pfizer and yung ating Moderna, sila yung pinaka-okay in terms of immunogenicity and yung pag-safe na pagbigay ng second booster sa ating mga immunocompromised patients. So, ano ba yung immunogenicity? Baka sabihin nyo, ano ba yan, Nurse Jen? Nagbigay ka ng word na hindi namin masyadong maintindihan. So, yung immunogenicity, yun po yung ating ability ng mag-provoke yung ating antigen o yung bakuna para sa ating immune response. Ibig sabihin, kung maganda ang immunogenicity ng isang bakuna, mas maganda dahil mas magiging epektibo siya kasi ang paglaban ng immune system, mas lalabas po siya. Yun po. And of course, kung tama yung pagkakaintindi mo, Nurse Arthur, no, na ngayon, doon sa lahat ng emergency use authorization na binaba ng Philippine FDA, bali 2 lamang ngayon ang nire-recommenda nila na ibigay sa ating mga target population, which is yung mRNA vaccine ng Pfizer and Moderna.
Okay. Nurse Jen, no, if may I clarify, no, correct me if I'm wrong dun sa ating discussion a while ago, no, dun sa ating Food and Drug Authority, nagbigay sila ng certain vaccines na possible na pwedeng ibigay for second booster. Okay? Tama ba? And now, naglabas noong April 21, 2022 ang ating Health Technology Assessment Council na kung saan kung ano yung sulit, kung ano yung pinaka-effective, no? Yung cost-effective na tinatawag dun sa ating target population. At nabanggit mo nga, yun yung mRNA vaccines which are the Pfizer and even the Moderna. Kasi ang ating target populations would be the senior citizen, the frontliners or health workers, and even our immunocompromised. Tama ba ako, Nurse Jen?
Kuhang-kuha mo talaga, Nurse Arthur. Talagang nakikinig ka sa dinidiscuss ko talaga ngayon. And of course, para tama din at okay ang implementation ng ating pagbabakuna sa ating mga immunocompromised individuals, nagbaba ng issuance or guidelines ng ating Department of Health, Department Memorandum Number 2022-0154. Bali kung saan ang ating immunocompromised ay sila po ang ating mga immunodeficiency state, yung mga merong HIV, meron pong active cancer or malignancy. Sila po yung naka-receive ng transplant. Nung undergoing po yung steroid treatment po nila, meron po silang poor prognosis, yung mga bedridden patients or yung mga pasyente na diniagnose po ng ating licensed physician na sila po yung considered as immunodeficient na patients. So kung nakita mo ito yung dapat na pagpipilian, at least 3 months po yung interval from the first booster po nila. Pero naglabas po dahil nasa recommendation ng ating Health Technology Assessment Council na clarify mo kanina sa akin, ang Department of Health ay naglabas ulit ng Department Memorandum Number 2022-0205 na nagsistate na ang bibigay na second booster sa ating mga target population is ay mRNA vaccine lamang, which is yung Pfizer and Moderna lamang. And of course, maliban doon sa guidance sa ating mga immunocompromised, nagbaba rin ang Department of Health ang Department Memorandum Number 2022-0206 para naman sa ating senior citizen and ang ating frontline healthcare workers, wherein mas binigyan diin ng ating Health Technology Assessment Council na at siguro dahil na rin sa letter of appeal ng ating Undersecretary Vergere na kailangan talagang mabigyan ng ating mga frontline healthcare workers at ang ating mga senior citizen ng ating mRNA vaccines dahil sila yung pinaka-exposed at mababa ang immune system for the senior citizens. So nakita na nga ninyo sa ating general guidelines na ang ibibigyan is yung ating mga priority group A1 in essential health services and A2 sa senior citizen. Ang ibibigay na bakuna is yung ating Pfizer and Moderna lamang. So nakita nyo din yun, no? Yung priority groups natin is A1, including yung ating subgroups, and yung A2 for senior citizen. Ulitin ko lamang, tatlo lang, no? Ang ating immunocompromised, ang ating A1, at ang ating A2, which is yung senior citizens.
Ayan, so correct me if I'm wrong, and as we can see right now on our monitor, no, nabanggit mo dun sa ating A1 na isa sa mga priority for our second booster, which is the workers in essential health services, including all its subgroups. Nurse Jen, when you are referring subgroups, ilan po ba itong pinag-uusapan po natin nakabilang dun sa ating A1 workers po?
Buti na lang, Nurse Arthur, na brought up mo yan kasi sigurado magtatanong sila, baka ako ba yung A1 na tinutukoy or baka naman iba? So, ito po, ang ating mga A1 is under ng subgroup is A1.1 hanggang A1.9. Pero yung mga pasok para po sa ating second booster is yung mga A1.1 hanggang A1.7. Sino-sino ba sila? Sila yung mga health workers na nagkikater sa ating COVID-19 referral hospitals, sa ating hospitals catering to COVID-19, quarantine facilities, remaining hospitals, government-owned community-based primary care facilities, ang ating remaining healthcare facilities, and yung closed healthcare institution. Kung tatanungin mo ako kung ano yung 1.8 and 1.9, noon kasi merong 1.8 na tinatawag, which is sila po yung mga OFWs natin. And 1.9 naman, sila naman po yung mga kasama sa bahay ng ating mga healthcare workers. Yung dalawang yon, hindi po sila kasama sa ngayon for the second booster para po sa ating COVID-19 vaccination.
Ayan, no? So sa ating mga tagapakinig at tagapanood po, no, yun sa ating 1.8 and also 1.9 ay hindi mo nakabilang for our second booster. Our priority would be 1.1 to 1.7. Okay po? Ayan.
Thank you po, Sir Arthur. And of course, gusto ko po ulit i-reiterate na at least 4 months po yung interval after the first booster dose para po sa senior citizen and sa ating mga A1 or essential healthcare workers. Sa ating mga immunocompromised po, depende po sa advice ng doctor, pwede po mas earlier, especially sa mga moderate and severe. Okay po? So, ang ibibigay po, di ba, mRNA vaccine, yung Pfizer and Moderna. For Pfizer po, both po pala na bakuna is itutusok po sa ating braso kasi yun ang pinaka-convenient po na matutusukan. So, ito po is intramuscular po itutusok, 0.3 ml for Pfizer and half dose lamang po ang ibibigay naman sa Moderna, which is 0.25 ml para po sa ating mga second booster doses.
Ayan, so very clear po tayo doon, no? Doon sa ating Moderna for second booster, ang ibibigay lang po natin ay 0.25 ml per dose. Okay? Sige
Yes,
po.
at kaparehas din po siya na dosage doon sa ating first booster. Kung yun ang na-receive yung first booster, Moderna, half dose din po siya, hindi po siya nalalayo. So ito naman po yung recommended, ulitin ko lang po na for the first and second booster dose combination and interval for senior citizen and frontline health workers. So kung sakaling Moderna, pwede Moderna din yung piliin mo, or Moderna or Pfizer. Or Pfizer and Pfizer Moderna. And ganun din po sa ibang mga primary doses and sa mga unang booster. Basta po pasok po tayo dun sa mga tatlong groups na para po sa second booster. Immunocompromised, ang ating essential healthcare workers, and ating senior citizen. So sa part na to, Nurse Arthur, na-discuss na natin kung ano yung mga tungkol sa second booster. Kung sino yung mga target groups, ano yung mga dapat na interval, ganun po. Pero sa ngayon, dapat syempre natin bigyan ng refresher yung ating mga viewers at tagapakinig ano yung mga dapat gawin bago, habang at pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna laban sa COVID-19. Syempre dapat ulitin natin, kailangan physically and mentally prepared po tayo. Kailangan natin kumain ng tama, ng masustansya, may sapat na tulog po tayo, at dapat po nakainom din po tayo ng sapat. Kasi huwag po tayo masyadong excited na pupunta doon na hindi naman po tayo prepared, kasi baka po ma-aksidente po tayo, mahimatay po tayo. Yun po yung mag-cause pa po ng commotions doon sa mismong vaccination site. Pangalawa naman po, sa araw ng pagbabakuna, ano yung mga dapat natin dalhin sa araw ng pagbabakuna? Unang-una, syempre dapat nakasuot po tayo ng face mask kasi nga nasa current pandemic pa rin po tayo. Pwede po tayo magdala ng hand sanitizer or alcohol, magdala ng sariling ballpen. And yung mga documents na kailangan po natin dalhin is yung original po na vaccination card showing the completion of the primary dose, yung first or second dose, or kung Janssen po siya, isang dose lang, and the first booster dose, plus any valid identification card. Kung sakaling immunocompromised naman po or ibang sakit yung ating mga target population, kailangan lang po magdala ng medical certificate galing po sa lisensyadong doktor.
Ayan, so paki-take down notes po, no, kung ano po yung mga documents na dapat po nating dalhin para so that we can prevent wasting of time, effort, and energy na pupunta tayo sa mga site, and then all of a sudden kulang po yung ating mga documents. Okay, doon sa ating mga immunocompromised, please pakidala po yung mga medical certificate na kung saan ay galing sa ating mga respective attending physician po. Okay?
Thank you, Sir Nurse Arthur. And of course, ulitin po natin, no, ano po yung mga maaaring maramdaman pagkatapos mabakunahan. So may dalawang scenario kasi yan. Meron pong nabakunahan ka, tapos wala kang naramdaman. Or nabakunahan ka, meron kayong mga common signs and symptoms na nararamdaman. Pero gusto ko lang linawin, no, katulad sa nakaraan na discussion natin, Nurse Arthur, na hindi porket na nabakunahan na ito at walang naramdaman at ito na may naramdaman pong symptoms or side effects, yung isa po is epektibo, yung isa hindi. Depende po kasi yun sa katawan ng isang tao kung paano niya tatanggapin yung bakuna. Pero parehas po siya, basta na-receive mo yung bakuna, kung ano yung ino-offer ng bakuna na protection, yun po yung marireceive natin. At yung common signs and symptoms po, huwag po tayo mag-alala kasi usually po, tumatagal lang naman siya ng 1 to 2 days at ang usually is sakit ng ulo, medyo napapagod po tayo, nanigas pamumula kung saan nabakunahan at nilalagkan. Ang gagawin lang po natin is uminom po ng paracetamol every 4 hours. And if ever po na nanigas na mula kung saan nabakunahan, cold compress lang po dun sa injection site. Then after a while is warm compress po. And if ever po na mas sa tingin niyo po is iba po yung nararamdaman po ninyo, pwede po tayong pumunta sa pinakamalapit na health facility sa ating lugar. At sabihin lang po na nakareceive po tayo ng bakuna laban sa COVID-19. Pero sa data po na meron po tayo sa ating kaibigan from the Department of Health, masaya po akong sabihin na simula na start po yung ating second booster, wala naman po tayong mga ganong scenario na kung saan kailangan pa po pumunta ng hospital ng ating mga naka-receive dahil lang po naka-receive sila ng second. Yung mga mild symptoms lang po yung usually nararamdaman nila kung sakali po na nagkaroon po sila ng symptoms after mabakunahan. And of course, gusto ko rin i-reiterate, Nurse Arthur, no? Meron po tayong mga ebidensya na nakalap sa ating mga studies na kung ang isang recipient ay naka-receive ng same na bakuna, usually wala siya talagang mararamdaman ng mga side effects. Pero may current evidence din po tayo na nag-show na kung iba yung klaseng bakuna na yung i-receive po niya, mas effective daw po at mas recommended po, lalo na po sa ating mga immunocompromised individuals.
Ayan, Nurse Jen, no? So, naibigay na po ni Nurse Jen lahat ng mga informations na dapat nating i-note, no, for our second booster. Ngayon, Ma'am Jen, no, we already experienced dun sa ating first dose, second dose, and even our first booster na kung saan napakadaming mga site, no, na ginawa for our vaccination. And ang tanong ko lang, Nurse Jen, no, yung process po ba na nangyari noong sa ating first dose, second dose, and even our first booster, ay ganun din po ba yung process na tatahakin ng ating mga target populations?
Regarding sa tanong mo no, Nurse Arthur, actually parehas lang siya. Pero syempre ngayon, mas aware na yung mga tao na during pre-health screening, kasi yun ang pinakaunang stage may dalawang option yun. Mayroong self-assessment. Yung una naman is through our vaccination team or yung LGU na members po ng ating health workforce. Yung self-assessment, kasi alam naman natin na kung nilalagnat ka, kung meron kang naka-receive ka kunyari ng flu vaccine na wala pang 14 days, pupunta ka pa ba sa vaccination site? Hindi na. Kasi dapat meron ka pang, baka ma-reschedule po yung inyong pagpunta para ma-receive ang inyong second dose. Pero kung hindi ka sigurado, kung sakaling nabakunahan ka ng ibang bakuna, pwede ka naman punta sa vaccination site at doon po sa pre-health screening, ang ating vaccination team ay i-explain po sa inyo kung pwede po tayong mag-proceed doon sa next step or ma-reschedule po tayo. Kung sakaling okay po, ang next step po natin is yung triage and registration. Dito po, usually, mga 5 minutes lang po. Depende po sa dami ng tao. Siyempre, unang-una po ang mangyayari dyan is i-check po nila yung dokumentong dala nyo, kung kompleto po ba. And i-encode din po nila sa system nila yung details po ninyo. Kasi may reporting system po tayo sa national level. And of course, after po nun, pagkatapos nun, magkakaroon po tayo ng health education, informed consent, and vaccine administration. Dito po sa stage na to, ituturo po or bibigyan po kayo ng information regarding po sa benefits, yung possible risk, and kung ano po yung usual reaction na marireceive ng isang recipient kung sakaling nabakunahan po siya. Dito rin po ipapakita yung papel and explain po yung tungkol sa informed consent. And if ever po okay po tayo, mababakunahan na po tayo ng for the second booster. Again, ulitin ko po yung mRNA vaccines lang po yung maibibigay. It's either Pfizer and Moderna. And minsan po, depende rin po kung ano po yung available na inaibaba sa ating vaccination site. After po nun, after yung pong mabakunahan, magmuna po tayo uuwi. Katulad po ng mga nauna, pupunta po tayo sa next stage which is yung post-vaccination monitoring. Kung wala po tayong mga ibang sakit, wala po tayong history ng asthma or allergy, 15 minutes lang po yung monitoring na gagawin sa ating post-monitoring team or yung ating vaccination team sa mismong area. Pero if ever po na meron po tayong mga ibang sakit, may history of asthma, pwede po tayong magtagal hanggang 30 minutes. And of course, ang pagbabakuna po, syempre, dapat isipin po natin at kailangan po natin maging ready. And dapat lahat po tayong mga Pilipino is magtulungan para po ma-stop din po yung spread ng COVID-19 infection. Kailangan po maging prepare po tayo lagi. Kaya kailangan, pag magsusuot po tayo ng mask, yung isuot po natin is yung pinaka-best fitted na face mask sa ating mukha. Kailangan po natin i-follow yung mga minimum public health standard katulad po ng paghuhugas ng kamay. Kailangan din po pag may simptomas po tayo, wag na po natin ipilit na lumabas. kailangan po i-isolate na po natin ang sarili natin. And if ever po talaga na nirecommend na kailangan po natin ma-swab, i-choose na po natin yung gold standard, which is yung RT-PCR po. And if ever po napasok naman po tayo sa target population for the first dose, second dose, first booster, and of course sa ating pinakabago na second booster po natin, please get vaccinated. Tulong-tulong po tayo kasi isa lang naman po yung goal natin, which is ma-stop po yung ating pandemic. So, this is not the time to be complacent po. Kailangan po natin mabakunahan because vaccination can prevent us having serious COVID-19 diseases or even deaths. So, tandaan po natin, ang vaccines are free, effective, and safe. So, yun lamang po sa araw na ito at maraming salamat.
Alright, so once again, thank you very much, Nurse Jennifer Ong, one of our school nurse here at SDO Tarlac Province. It was a pleasure to have you with us this health hour. Once again, this has been your host, Nurse Arthur, your broadcaster. Marami pong salamat. Mag-ingat po tayong lahat. God bless everyone.
Bye!
Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino.
Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas.
On air.
Saan mang bahagi ng mundo.
Online.